live.
Huzzah!
Alright.
Say anything dirty.
Welcome back, everyone, to what is going to be the last session of our current Shadowrun missions adventure, which is going to be an infiltration of a compound controlled by some very bad racists.
Infiltration.
I believe that's where we left off.
I believe technically you had the ADA calling us, but I don't think any of us were actually going to answer her. I sure wasn't.
I've talked to her before.
Who had her as a contact? Somebody did.
I do.
I don't.
Frey does. He's not going to answer that because it's like, yeah, I don't want to talk to the assistant district attorney as I'm about to go commit mass murder.
While you're criming?
Exactly.
Okay, so none of the PCs are going to be speaking to... Oh, before we start, is there any bookkeeping?
Not yet.
Anyone spending any points or anything like that?
Negative.
I'll answer.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I would answer.
I figure nobody else does. Tosh will.
AFK a second, though. Grabbing dinner. I can still hear.
I did spend 2 points last week to improve the judo since I actually did use it. But other than that, no.
And with regards to Kato and Mr. M, Tosh informs you that they got called away on official business, and a couple of people from his Black Knights team have been called away on official business, and he has arranged for some substitutes.
Actually, one of them got called away to go to jail, probably.
Well, he didn't get called away, he got hauled away.
So that's what happens. And I guess maybe Bookworm is possibly surprised that Mr. M has joined the cop, since he's the only character who interacted with him previously.
So it's a case of, I know you.
No, Kesh, I think, was around back then.
I say, you're still alive, too?
I do try to make a habit of not dying.
And his head's still attached.
Alright, so Book, you are going to answer the call with Dana. Yeah?
That's a mistake.
What can I do for you, Ms. Oakes?
She says, it has come to my attention that you have in your possession evidence that proves that a high-ranking member of Knight Errant may be involved in criminal activity. It has also been suggested that you may be engaged in an operation to capture this individual in order to deliver him to be executed. Kidnapping and accessory to murder are very serious crimes. I trust that this is not the case. However, and
Of course not. You know me.
hey, don't interrupt monologues. Zip it. You caught me monologuing.
Slight dog, you.
And that you fully intend to turn said individual over so that the individual can be properly brought to justice. I take crime in this city very seriously, and while I may be willing to bend the rules a little when necessary to work with freelance consultants or bounty hunters, it is always done with the goal of making the city, making this a safer city for its citizens. Corruption in the city's law enforcement agency is something that cannot be tolerated. Though,
Just kidding. I'm not here. Leave a message at the beep. Beep. And I hang up.
Random meteorite hits you in the head.
All right, I'll hear her out, but I've decided during her monologue that I don't actually want to talk to her after all because she's not letting me talk.
Now, as part-time consultants for Knight Errant, I can authorize a reward for this information if this information is turned over. I believe the reward works out to around 7,000 for each member of your team. Assuming the information you have is accurate, we could also authorize an additional payment if you are interested in some bounty work, which will come to another 7,000 per team member. This secondary payment is only valid if the target is brought in alive. However. Detective Athak and his team are off duty for the next couple of days, but I believe I can call them back in to coordinate with you on this operation. Now you're allowed to speak. She says, okay, I'm done monologuing.
Damn cinematic cutscenes.
Well,
Like he wanted to hit the space bar to skip past that.
I take crime in the city very seriously too, and I would never let anything like that happen. We'll consider your offer. Thanks.
And then you hang up.
I'm not like without letting her rebut if she wishes to.
She says, consider it well. Wouldn't want to have to send out my team to pick you guys up.
We are your team. What are you talking about?
You can score a self-goal. Grab yourselves by the collar, hold yourselves in.
Do we get paid for that?
Above board, though. If she had people tough enough to bring us in, she wouldn't have to hire us to do stuff.
Well. Well, it wouldn't hurt my feelings to make more money. I'm trying to remember what I remember us getting the info. I remember us getting the info leading us to this point, but I don't. Why were we planning to hand him over to somebody?
Yeah, we're gonna hand him over to MacCallister.
MacCallister was going to pay us $15,000 each for the guy alive, half if we kill him.
Was it? Okay.
Well, your initial mission was to just get the info. Now, Tosh will inform you that his team is going to be attempting to acquire, what was his name? George Mathers?
Mather, yes.
Yeah.
And extends that offer to you. But he will be blunt and say he won't be taking him to Knight Errant. He'll be delivering him to MacCallister.
Tosh is doing that.
Yeah. And I'm right there with you, pal. Let's do that.
Yeah, I have zero problems with that.
Okay, so our mission from MacCallister was to get the info, and we've already completed that mission.
Yeah.
He didn't.
That was to bring this guy.
No, our mission was to get the info, not to bring him in.
Oh, yeah, okay, but if don't you remember? I gave you a quarter, so you would.
Well, that's another matter. On this. But that was extra. That's my point here. Is the whole bringing him in was completely extra. So we don't actually owe.
Yep, you're right.
We don't owe MacCallister that.
But these guys are scum.
Well, it wouldn't bother me much, but
yeah, your memory is correct.
I wouldn't. I would also not mind making all that extra money on the same mission. So.
Yeah, but
you're right.
She wants the dude instead of us giving him to MacCallister.
That's MacCallister didn't want the dude. He wanted the infos. He wanted the
MacCallister's going to want this guy.
Yeah, MacCallister would definitely want him. And
in a nutshell,
frankly, if it came down to me, what I would probably do is, well, I'd probably say, let's turn him in, get paid, and then have Tosh walk him out the back door and do what he likes with him.
That would be a little bit more difficult to pull off. But in essence, you guys were paid to get information to prove that this guy was actually behind all the stuff that ended up resulting in MacCallister's daughter's murder. Now that you have that information and that's confirmed, MacCallister wants to end it Shadowrunner style.
Considering this guy is hanging out with Humanus Poly Club as apparently the only metahuman in the group, I'd really like to punch them in the nose.
I'm okay with that.
With a high-powered rifle. Or a bullet. Or grenades. I told you shouldn't have answered that phone book.
And also, the info is not going to do the DA any good because it's not going to be admissible in court.
There's ways around that.
Yep. Yeah,
there shouldn't be.
There's ways around that. It's called MacCallister.
But there won't be a court case if there's no one to try.
That's why we're going to give him to MacCallister, so you don't need to deal with the added expense and complication of a trial. To be fair, phrase frickin' background and such like that. Hey, I don't care about this. Whack him.
So we're going to go with Tosh's plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, Tosh is closer to us at this point. And we could always tell Dana it was Tosh's idea.
I'm not going to mention anything about that.
Well, no.
What are you talking about, man? I wasn't even in the city.
If you recall from the message, Dana said Tosh and his team are away on some other official business. So Dana doesn't know what Tosh is involved in at the moment.
Well, he will she will when we tell her.
Don't do that. You'll ruin a perfectly good contact.
Yeah, Tosh is completely off the record at the moment.
Right, so let's go punch these guys in the face. With high velocity ammunition. I'm totally breaking out my rifle.
Oh my god. You totally need a fist gun.
Ooh, a grenade, a shaped charge that, when it comes out, it forms into a giant.
I'm thinking like a barrel that protrudes out of that middle knuckle, and when you punch somebody, it goes off.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever get a hand blown off and have to get a cybernetic replacement. Prefer not to, but
Okay, so what do we have?
We had the location. It was the same spot that we hit previous, but I think he said they had added turrets.
Well, we won't know that till we get there, I presume.
This is correct.
So is this kind of like a junkyard with walls made out of cars, or what are those?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is exactly that.
And what's in there? Is it just a camp for this anti-metahuman society, or is it have some other nominal purpose?
When we were there last, it was basically a compound for those assholes.
Yeah, I think Brian said, and he'll be able to correct me previously, it used to be a car dealership, but they have since converted it into their compound.
Correct.
And so it's out in the barrens, so there's nothing useful around. It was also there was a problem with the wireless around, like it was in a dead zone or something.
So nobody in the city is going to be terribly upset if the whole thing blows up.
No, there won't be anyone crying for this place to burn, except for the people that are burning.
Sounds like an invitation to me.
Yep.
Alright, so Tosh will tell you that he can supply some equipment, heavier weapons and stuff like that if you so need them. He also tells you that if things get out of hand, he can call in a high threat response team, but he would like that to be the last resort. And he will be able to, if people start calling the cops and stuff and such, he will be able to at least delay them from turning up. So, but he would like to not involve Knight Errant in any way, unless he has to.
Yeah, I don't want to involve them either.
But they are there as last resort options.
How long ago were we here?
A week and something?
Yeah, I think it's like that. I think that's what.
A week and a bit.
Wow, they added all those turrets in a week?
Well, to be fair, we did kind of go in and kicked a lot of ass, so they're like, oh, we need to improve our homes. Did the calendar go all wonky all of a sudden? Nothing's on there anymore.
I think it's the wrong year.
I'm seeing everything. If you do have a logs button, if you click on the logs, it should have all the dates.
Yeah,
although I haven't fixed those according to the actual dates.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense because those are showing as 71 and 72.
Yeah, I'll need to go back and fix those with the dates that I posted on the forum.
Which means he's going to forget about it until
next time
we run.
And then say that I'll have to go back and do that. Until we finish all the missions, and then I won't need to go back and do it.
What are you talking about? Surely there are more.
I think there's 12. From memory, there's 12 missions in this season anyway.
Well, then you'll have to break out the next season. Okie dokie. So, yeah, I think I'm probably okay with gear because I've got my Ares Alpha with the grenade launcher and my standard pistol.
So at this point, if we were here only a week or two ago, then we're not going to be expecting a whole lot more than what we ran into last time.
Except they got ready.
Except maybe they'll be better prepared for an infiltration. So really, there's nothing to it but to get on site and get eyes on.
And they have a cave troll. Okay, not really a cave troll, but
you have a Tosh
what
troll.
If they did?
Yep. Okay, yeah. So I can't think of anything else other than get eyes on, realize they've got turrets, and that could theoretically change our approach. Totally have Book hit us all with flies, so we just sort of drop down from a.
Then you play the was it Flight of the Valkyries, whatever?
Yeah, we need a helicopter.
All right, so you're going to move ahead to get eyes on the target.
Yep.
All right. The streets around the Humanus compound are strangely silent. The Redmond Barrens is normally something just this side of a war zone. Street gangs fight for territory, sinless squatters make homes out of anything that can provide shelter, and drug dealers peddle their wares on every corner to give those that call the Barrens home an escape, however brief. None of that is in evidence in this neighbourhood, however. The buildings look the same, derelicts that should have been condemned and torn down decades ago, stabbing their crumbling fingers into the sky, and the rusted remains of cars clogging the streets. But the people are simply gone. Not so surprising when you think about it. After all, many of the sinless that call the Barrens home are metahumans. It wouldn't surprise you to find a mass grave somewhere in the area. Steeling yourselves, you survey the Humanus compound, which resembles nothing so much as a fortress made up of rusting cars, sheet metal, bricks and boards. A large heavy steel gate rolls to one side as a car enters the compound, then rolls shut with the sound of grinding metal. Watchtowers dot the walls with heavy manned gun emplacements. You can see the all too familiar white hoods of Humanus behind those guns. Tosh looks at you. Last chance to back out, he rumbles.
Those turrets are new.
Why are you thinking about it?
Tosh gives you an unemotional stare.
And in response to his question, I am chambering around in my rifle.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, he does do that all the time. Last chance to back out. Yeah. Okay, so how the hell do we get in there?
I see you brought some subs, Tosh.
Yeah, meatball. Cheese.
None of you guys are gonna betray us, are you?
Here's an image for you.
Yep, I'm not going to feel bad about shooting these assholes at all.
Just imagining having to fight in that crap.
That's not the point.
All right, remind me what the wireless situation was here. I don't remember how that affected our ability to do things.
They are not on the Matrix.
Right.
They do have some of the old school Matrix infrastructure that was around before wireless became a thing.
They had a local network or something. Was that what it was?
Yeah.
I wonder
to
if
access
they've
that, you'll have to
changed the
be
passwords.
To access that, you'll have to gain access to the compound.
Well, we didn't have to last time, I don't think. I remember hacking in there. I don't remember having to enter the compound to do it.
I believe you guys did it from within the compound.
Yeah, I think we snuck in and you hacked it right there. Actually, no, didn't you send your drone in and then like piggybacked off that or something? I don't remember.
No, I did do the drone thing, but which, speaking of, I'll go ahead and, since the turrets are manned turrets, I'll go ahead and send the drones over, do a quick circuit.
So, okay, so what all is everybody capable of in this case, since we got new people? I am, as expected, I'm a gunslinger. I'm especially good with the pistol and pretty darn good with the rifle as well.
I'll just interrupt you there. You guys do some planning. I'm just going to take a bio break, so you guys talk amongst yourselves while I'm AFK.
Okay, Kesh is also a gunslinger with a carbine and a pistol.
Okay. And I know Book is spellcaster and Frost is a hacker. I don't remember what Mr. M actually was.
He was
a little bit of a decker with a little bit of gunslinging, mainly just not a.
Yeah.
So, isn't Decker the drone guys?
No, Decker's the hacker. You're thinking of
so
Rigger.
Hackers.
Rigger, that's what it was.
Okay.
So just to make things a bit interesting, my character is a pacifist.
Well, that's
Really?
going to make things very difficult, considering.
If he's ripping Mirror's Edge, that means she's basically parkour tracer.
So yeah, my character is set up to get in and out undetected.
It's an infiltrator.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. So, how the heck do you work a pacifist infiltrator into a combat assault?
I'm really good at things like takedown, so stealth, sneak, takedown. I should be able to do all that, and I have luck. So if it does not quite go as planned, I just use that.
So maybe you can take out the turret gunners or something, or at least one.
Oh, I got
Yeah, she should be able to break things.
for my grenade launcher for that.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder if we just don't go in loud. I guess there is the question of, when the GM gets back, whether or not there is an escape plan. I'm assuming that if there was a helicopter, we would probably see that right away. And I think there was only that one main gate.
I see 2 gates on the diagram.
There.
Oh,
And there.
yeah.
The other thing we could do is we could try Trojan horse.
I don't think we have a horse or a badger.
Let's see. If nothing else, I suppose we can have Cato or Cato, however we supposed to actually pronounce that, actively trying to locate the dude. Maybe incapacitate him so he can't bug out.
Yeah.
Let's see. If he's smart, he's going to be hidden, and he seems to have been fairly smart thus far. He's going to be hidden somewhere in the actual building. I'm probably thinking that frickin' barracks area.
Yeah, probably. If this place is off the Matrix, then there's no chance of them really calling out. Well, I guess cell phones probably still work.
I'm gonna guess, since the GM's back, I'm gonna guess that Tasha's suggestion for a plan is to kick in the door and kill everybody but the guy we're wanting.
He's quite cool with that.
Well, that seems to strike me as the kind of plan he would come up with.
GM question, was there what looks to be their escape plan here? They have presuming we don't see a helicopter or a bunch of operational vehicles.
There does not appear to be an escape plan.
Yeah, I suspect they're just planning on, this is a temporary location. He's hold up. Hopefully, he can convert his assets or contacts in the government to get us off his back, and then they can bug out to somewhere more secure.
The compound has power?
It does.
Did we deal with that last time?
Don't think so.
You did not.
Is there a generator on the premises that we can see?
Alright, give me an observation roll.
Can probably do that. Don't I have observation? I do have observation. I don't see it.
Do I not have that? I guess I don't have that. Yeah, we're getting up to a good start, aren't we?
They don't seem to have a generator, but they do have power.
Just for the hell of it, I didn't spend all my points. I'm going to go ahead and put a point in observation. Not that it's going to amount to much, I'm sure.
Oh, right. I forgot the visual enhancement. I do have that as +1, so I'd got a success by 0. I keep forgetting that.
Okay, so in the case of Frey, you will see that they do seem to have a generator, and it is running.
Where?
Frost, you don't see the generator because you added the skill after the fact.
But then I pointed out to him, or
Then he
to
sees
everybody, and since he succeeded by 2, he may gain additional information.
Probably not. Where is it?
Let's make it that.
They put the generator in the bathrooms?
Why not?
It's a productivity measure.
yeah.
If they had the noise-making generator in the bathroom, no one's going to want to.
It's not the staff bathrooms. It's the public
That's
bathrooms,
true.
so I don't care.
I guess they could put it in the women's bathroom because they don't have any chicks here. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, okay, so I guess we have some kind of indication there is one. We could attempt to take that out. I'm betting it's not networked. I looked around for those tokens. I could not find them. Maybe I actually did throw those out.
I'll send them to you if you remind me after the fact.
Yeah, but then I gotta remember to remind you.
Then we're screwed. Because I'm old. And my brain stopped working about 10 years ago.
So what would be involved in making a generator not generate anymore?
Well, you could just flip the off switch, which would involve getting inside the compound and into the former women's bathroom.
That would be a job for sneaky people.
Hence why I'm asking.
It would seem appropriate.
Do your thing.
Well, let's see. Yeah.
Right. Time of day and what's the general lighting situation in the... I'm assuming it's night, but I don't like to assume things.
You only do
Also,
Shadowrun at night.
Also, if it's 0:30 in the morning, maybe those turret guards aren't as alert.
Let's see. I don't think the time is relevant. It's when you decide to hit the place.
How do the gates actually function in this place?
Manual.
No, I mean these.
Yeah, the fluff said something about them rolling in and out of making a bunch of noise.
Well, it's like though the wall itself is a bunch of crappy used cars, so I'm like trying to figure out how that actually how the gate works in this. Is that also cars, or they just move those out of the way? Is it an actual gate?
It's a gate.
Okay, well, so we could probably send somebody or any of the various sneaky peoples in, and then maybe hit them with an actual go loud, blow up some turrets and crap to draw fire away from the generator. Who all or what is everybody's general level of stealth? I have a 13.
13.
16.
12.
15.
All right. So if we have a
12.
stealth, it sounds like that's probably going to be Kato and Kesh, the double K. Right side, it sounds we're all tolerable. Wait, I didn't hear Daniel. Did you actually give us a stealth thing?
A little bit competent.
Yeah. So yeah, if we want that's probably the if we're gonna because we know we're gonna go loud. That's gonna end up having to happen. Oh,
Well,
right. Turrets. How are the turret things actually situated? I mean, like if we go in one side, say, random, for example, we go in there, I'm presuming these turrets on the other side can't actually engage. But what about the ones that are further down? I mean, are they actual turrets or are they just gun emplacements or towers or what?
Okay, so each of the
probably
guns.
need the specifics.
I'll need an observation roll from someone that can see them.
Very
That's
good.
plenty. Alright, so the turrets are on little makeshift towers, and from what you can tell, they will have a 360-degree firing arc.
What are they?
The towers themselves, or the turrets, have a ladder to climb into the tower, which has the turret.
Is it an actual turret? That is, it is an enclosed armored pod with a gun sticking out of it.
No, it's not enclosed.
Or is it a gun emplacement with a guy standing behind the gun?
Like a heavy machine gun on a stick.
There is one gunner per turret.
Damn, it's too bad.
Is it a gun on a stick?
It is a gun on a stick.
Okay. That's not really a turret. That is a gun emplacement.
It's a tower.
A turret would be the whole thing rotates. But whatever. So, yes, it has a 360 firing arc. However, there's just a dude standing next to a gun.
And there's a crap ton of vehicles and crap like that all around there. So there's going to be cover out the yin yang.
So, light map. What's lit and what isn't? Or rather, where are the dark spots we can exploit?
There are dark spots and there are light spots, and in terms of exploiting them, your stealth roll will determine how well you find those spots.
Very well. Do the tower gun operators, are they wearing goggles? Or any other sort of obvious night vision?
They are.
Alright, so we can presume they can basically see us. Yeah, that's going to be tricky.
So I'm going to
Scale.
presume something I'm thinking is we probably want to avoid trying to go over the fence as we've discovered earlier. Actually, just looking at this thing, yep, I bet that's the same stupid crap that was on this asshole's tower, the monofilament stuff.
That would make sense, actually.
I'm guessing each one of those is about 4 yards.
The cars? I think I would go with 5 yards.
There you go. So there's your scale.
Wait, is that right? Yeah, 15 feet.
It's a big car yard.
Yeah, we just need a dumpster. Not a dumpster, a big old trash truck. Go crashing through the gates.
Alright, so we're looking at 50 yards between the turrets for the most part.
Ooh, that's -9.
The biggest gap we have here is at the front, at this gate. But what about the surrounding the compound? What kind of approach do we have? Is there cover on the way in, or have they cleared everything out?
There is some cover. They've done a good job of clearing it. Again, your stealth roll will determine how well you can utilise what cover there is. Does anyone have guns, machine guns?
Yes.
Gunner, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, gunner. No, I do not.
Does not.
I have light machine gun, but not machine gun.
Pistols.
Actually,
It should default though.
Technically, I have 0 in guns light machine gun too.
Alright, so if you have a related skill like light machine gun, you can make an IQ based roll at whatever the default is. I think it's -2. So a -2 IQ based roll on that skill.
Let's see if I can remember how to do that.
Would submachine gun count for
that? Sure, but I'll make the penalty a -3 instead of a -2.
How do I do this again?
So you put the modifier in the modifier box, and then you drag the skill onto the attribute that you're making the roll for.
The skill, right, okay.
Wait, I'm confused. So if Catch fires a machine gun, there's minus, is that just his submachine gun skill of -3?
All right.
This isn't for firing it.
Yeah, it's not shooting. So if you put a -3 in the modifier box in the bottom left, then go to your abilities tab and find your submachine gun skill. Drag it onto.
Okay.
Or just roll critical. But you should have dragged that to the attribute that's at top of the abilities to make it an IQ based roll. Because guns is normally a dex based skill. Alright, so that's how you would have done it, but we'll take the critical because that's what you would have rolled. So in doing your sort of stake out of this place, Kesh, you will recognise that the guns on top of the turrets are Ingram White Knights. These come with 250 round drum magazines as their standard configuration.
We don't want to leave without those. That's a lot of money.
I might want one just, to have. When will you need it? I don't know.
Yeah, I can't imagine what I'd ever do with one.
Shoot some
Except
bitches.
set it up as a sentry gun.
Yeah, so that's if they don't get blowed up or anything.
Well, them getting blown up is entirely our decision. I'm kind of thinking we come in from the top. That gives us the smallest gap between the wall and the building, and that's probably the most covered we can get.
Valid. I also seem to recall the last time we were here, there was a power line or something that went over the compound that I think Kesh walked over because he was Daredevil or something.
Yeah, somebody ziplined on it or something.
No,
yeah, that's
I
been
think
taken
he
down.
tightrope. Oh, bastards!
And there's a sign where it used to be saying, "Yeah, not this time."
Right. Well, somebody still could potentially fly over. That's still a thing.
Yeah.
And chances are pretty good the gunners are not going to be expecting that.
It wouldn't be energy efficient for us to all fly by any means, but
yeah, one or two of us though.
Over.
So I would think that maybe Book and Kato, And Kato can go down there and deal with the generator.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Is
I'm not stealthy,
generator
though.
that? Yeah, but is the generator that relevant considering they appear to have night vision?
And maybe some of the guys on the inside don't. And anybody inside the building may not.
And as you've noticed that there is monowire across the tops of the makeshift wall. So going that route will require those that attempt to negotiate will need appropriate clippers or dex rolls.
About a monowire knife that can potentially cut through the monowire thing?
I wonder about that
Yeah, I have
sometimes.
no idea. It's like,
What happens? What happens when you parry a monowire knife with a monowire knife?
The universe implodes.
5/0.
So if we do it that way, Book and Kato fly over. Kato sees to the generator. The rest of us go over the wall, I guess, right at that center turret.
Tosh says, or if we can get someone inside, we can open a gate and we just come in through the front door.
How about Kato and Tosh then?
Tosh is entirely too big to be stealthy.
Yeah, but he can fly.
That's a scary thought.
Yes, it is.
Like I said, if we're gonna do stealthy stuff, we probably want to send Kato and Kesh, because Kesh has got the highest stealth, I think, and he's a really good gunslinger as well.
So Kato will take out the generator, and Kesh will get the door.
Yeah.
Or Kesh covers her ass and makes sure she doesn't get ganked.
Some combination of the two. Yeah, I was presuming Book would need to go with him, but I guess he really doesn't have to, does he?
No, he can go bing bing. You can fly. Maybe he can do that.
And I can maintain it as long as they need me to.
Okay, the one problem. Well, the one problem we're going to have with going through the main gate right there is that's going to be a fatal funnel. It's going to attract attention to that area, and then we're all going to pile through it.
But that's going to happen regardless of where you are once the shooting starts.
Yeah, we want to delay the start as long as possible, I would think.
Alright, because you haven't done
but
it yet...
But that's probably good enough, though.
Book, give me a IQ plus majory. Actually, I should make it perception plus majory.
What's this
Yeah, that's
for?
true.
Anyone that can see astral.
How do you see astral?
You should have
12.
The ability astral perception.
Oh, that's an ability? No, I don't have that.
So by 12.
Damn.
I think in Shadowrun, everybody that's awake can see astral or something like that.
I think adepts don't naturally unless they take the power, but the rest
they'll have to
do at least
adepts
standard.
take the power.
Yeah, it would make sense that Frey couldn't in that case.
Yes, because he's a confusing mixture of cybernetics and magics.
Well, he's also an adept.
Alright, so, Book, you will see that there are two spirits that seem to be... Watcher spirits that seem to be guarding the compound.
Are they moving or stationary?
They're doing
They
jumping jacks.
are.
That is interesting that they're trafficking with spirits.
Why?
Because they're humanists.
Everybody traffics in spirits.
I don't think that's true.
I would think the racists wouldn't want to deal with would treat a spirit like that as like another race.
They're human spirits.
They are patrolling.
Okay. How thoroughly? Like, does it take them a long time to get around the compound, or are they just randomly moving around?
It's a pretty big compound. If they've got to move, quote unquote, physically, then they're going to have to cover a lot of ground.
Avoiding them will be determined by a stealth roll again, but given that there's only 2 of them covering the whole compound, that's going to be bonuses to your stealth roll.
Okay.
Can you stealth against spirits if you can't see spirits?
And I assume for flying against flying people, they might be tougher for them too. They're probably looking for intruders coming in or over the walls.
Yeah, possibly. Is there anything you can do about them? I don't remember if you could or not.
No, there's not.
You can, if you have the spells, you could banish them.
I don't have that. I had that when I had the summon.
Tosh has a dude. Paranormal guy.
Tosh has a magic guy.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I will point the spirits out to his magic guy. It's like, you do anything about those? Because I can't.
He says, let me check my character sheet. And just like in Jumanji, he brings up his stats.
They had a B&E guy and...
Yeah, hold on.
That guy, the paranormal investigator guy. Oh. Okay, which... We got Tagger is out, and who else is out?
I suspect the infiltrator. Tina's gone.
Yeah, probably that one.
With Kato.
That makes sense.
Mr. M is a hacker, then it should be probably Tina and Proud Mary are the ones that.
No, Tagger is out.
Well, also Tagger because he was a bad guy.
Yeah, we only needed 2 to replace. So.
Oh, I was thinking that when the others left, they were escorting Tagger someplace. So you can presume he sent 2 people, and then we got 2 replacements.
I didn't presume that, but that would make sense.
That was a wild-ass guess on my part.
Tina went away on other business. So Tina was replaced by Kato.
That's too bad. I liked Tina.
And M is a
feel bad.
Well, I might like you.
And of course, Tagger was taken away on official business too.
Right. So Proud Mary was the B&E?
No, that was Tina.
No, that's right. That was Tina. What did she do? Proud Mary.
B&E. She's a dwarf with a data jack.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was she a rigger?
No, she's not a rigger.
The only other one I remember actually doing much was Ironheart, and he's just a bruiser.
As Shadowrun archetypes go, she probably fits the role of Merc.
I don't know what that means in that context.
mercenary, so gun,
It's
soldier.
Just combat.
Yeah.
Shooter. Okay.
She has a cyber arm. Smart gun link. She's she might be an adept. No, she's not an adept. There was another one that was the adept. So she is just a... Actually, given that all her cyberware, I'd say she's a street samurai. In the Shadowrun context.
Very well. So, investigator.
No, I
Or
thought
did
we had
we
the
distract
wizard.
you?
The wizard was gonna look up something. The wizard was
Yeah.
looking at his character sheet.
He says, I can do something about them, but not without them alerting their... I don't know, what would you call them? Their controller?
Okay, we'll just have to not worry about him then.
Okay, so what do spirits do?
Watcher spirits report back if they're triggered.
Okay, is that okay?
So they'll be told to look for something, and if they find it, they'll report back.
They don't like attack
Alarm
it.
bots.
Yeah, they don't attack us and possess us or anything like that. Gotcha.
No, not watchers.
All right, so if we can stealth past them, Book can direct us so we can stealth past
Captain
them.
Button had a really good question. It's like, can you stealth past something you don't know exists or you can't see?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Book can tell us when they're not looking, and then we can...
And I would say anyway that the answer is yes, because you're just being sneaky.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
All right, let's send the stealth team in, and everybody. I guess everybody else is going to go. Are we actually planning on going through the gate, or are we actually doing Daniel's thought, where we try to come up from the...
I suppose we could do a combination of the two, maybe.
Fair. If
Put the muscle up on the gate.
Yeah, if it's over there, it's not like, both of the turrets that have nominal line of sight are pretty far away.
Actually, let's do it this way. Why don't we put somebody taking that turret and somebody taking that turret, and then the rest of us stack up on the gate. That way, once the lights go out, we've got less machine gun to deal with.
Define taking the turret.
I just dealing with whoever's on it.
Yeah, I can take a turret. It'll be loud.
We could get a silencer.
Move
I was going to use the grenade launcher.
Move that machine gun token to the gate which you're planning on going through, since there's two of them.
Actually, I think I do have a pistol silencer.
Actually, just saying that, I wonder if I have a suppressor at all.
Yeah, I've got a pistol suppressor.
I don't think I do. Anybody else got quiet weapons?
No.
I got a knife.
Well, we were offered gear, so there's the potential that Tosh could give us some.
That's one of those where it's like, why do the cops have suppressive weapons? Dude, we're giant. So each hex is what?
5 yards.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So your tokens in this case will represent your general location, not specific hexes, of course. Any combats that we do will handle as per standard action. So short, medium, long, that sort of stuff.
Right. Can Tosh provide us with suppressors? Or can we provide ourselves with suppressors, I guess?
Let's see.
How high are these guys off the ground?
What, the machine gunners?
Correct.
The walls themselves are 3 meters. And the turrets or the watchtowers are another meter above that.
Which team is Kesh on?
He was gonna fly inside. He was gonna go open the gate.
Right, so I have climbing and I have takedown judo. So could I theoretically stealth up behind one of these guys and literally just take them out?
You were on the team to go fly in. You were going to go take out the generator.
Correct.
So you're going to get magicked in, so you won't need to climb, but your judo will let you take someone out. You'd have to choke them out.
After the generator's out, it's a kind of a free-for-all anyway. I suppose since you would be in the building, it wouldn't be a terrible... Well, I was going to say you'd try to go for Mathers and secure him, but I'd hate to have you going in there by yourself without any backup.
He's got Kesh. Remember, we were going to send
but Kesh has got to go open the gate.
I don't know if she's overconfident.
Yeah. No, Kesh is.
We should probably have you hackery types see about jamming communications as well, so they can't get any help. We need backup calls.
Well,
Alrighty.
That should potentially be possible.
That's just a wild thought. Who is this?
DDoS on the nearest cell tower.
That's Kesh with the slant gun moving now. Unless somebody else put out a cache.
Alright, so you want that to be Kesh's token?
Yes.
Because that's a Kesh there, so let me just swap his token.
Oh, well, that guy's a troll. That was Gustav. He's got horns.
Yeah, well.
Then we'll just make him back to Kesh. Previous Kesh.
So
unless I can find that token that you used.
Okay, I'm confused now. I screwed up by putting out a token when I wasn't supposed to?
Yeah, I dropped the tokens from the combat tracker, so we'll fix that.
Yeah, if you stick out a token directly out of the box, it won't be hooked up to the combat tracker.
And Kesh is the one all the way at the bottom holding a gun all the way out.
Yeah, if you mouse over them, they should give the
Okay, I see it.
What do you think of that token for cash? Or you want something different?
I'm fine with that for cash.
The big one there?
This guy that I just moved.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't we do it this way? We got Kesh and Kato going in over the top. They're not going to be there yet. We'll take the PCs and put them on the back wall, taking out the turrets. And the hitters from the other team can go through the gate.
Now, you won't need to take out all turrets, of course, because, they've only got limited lines of fire. So if you're going through one direction, you only need to eliminate the turrets that can actually shoot you from that location.
But we got to get them all anyway, because we need to keep them.
What's the secret? The Kato, Kato takes out the generator. What's supposed to be doing wrong?
Was Captain Button breaking up for anyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I was asking what it is. Kesh and Kato fly in. Kato takes out the generator. Kesh does when?
He goes to open the gate.
As soon as the lights go out?
Oh, well, honestly, you could go right there, I guess. I guess the lights going out would be the signal to go loud.
You could also take out the guy at the gate and, open the gate, and then Kato kills the generator.
Did you ever answer me about the suppressors?
I did not. I was looking that up.
I'm totally reading. I was totally reading Kato's story there, and it's like, there's no way she would be on this on Tosh's team, because he's a cop. He's a security guy.
She's getting paid well. Money talks.
He's not a cop
These
today.
large corporations and government-sanctioned security firms have too much power over citizens' freedoms.
They have a mutual interest.
Yeah. But it is
Don't shoot holes in the plan.
It is beating the snot out of a bunch of racist quasi-skinheads.
So Tosh has some gear that he has accumulated from evidence lockers and stuff. So we shall roll universe. So if you want a suppressor, make a universe reaction roll. On a good reaction, he has the suppressor that you need for your weapon.
Let's see. I have one for my pistol. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say I think I can work out how to be in this team. It turns out that these guys are the guys that killed our parents.
There you go.
Ta-da!
Because they're dicks.
Yeah, they are assholes. All right, let's see. I guess I can
Actually, in
look
Shadowrun,
for
I
a
guess her parents
potential.
could actually be metahumans.
Ha! Wait, why does it have all the other stuff? Never mind. Well, that's still a really good roll if you ignore the plus 11.
Right, so he has a suppressor for your weapon.
Or their rifle, yeah. That means I could potentially snipe this guy. The one time that's a bad roll in GURPS.
Yeah, he has a suppressor for your weapon, and you'll find out it doesn't work.
That's a good idea.
I'm confused. Who had plus 11?
Oh,
modifier?
if you looked at my roll for Frey, I accidentally had a. I was testing something and I failed to clear it out. So luckily, I rolled a 16. Otherwise,
So Kesh, he does have a suppressor.
Okay.
For your weapon.
And I'll put it on my pistol. And ignoring the ominous background music.
that's the spirit.
Yeah, first round pop on that one's going to be a doozy. I think we're set.
Yeah, so I can probably snipe that top guy with the rifle and the suppressor.
All right, here come a couple of flights then. Remember, these are only going to last 60 seconds. So what you need to do is radio me when you land so that I know not to keep it up any longer.
That's probably like a click, click, click or something in the...
Make a text.
Success. And that'll be 8 fatigue.
And
which is coming off the Power Stone.
Frost and M are going to attempt to jam the comms.
Indeed.
I don't know how we're going to do that, though.
Oh, let's roll to see what sort of weather we've got. Someone roll 3d6.
Don't we have a weather table?
Did we make one?
I don't like that roll. Oh, wait, no, that's good. Oh, wait, no, that's not a reaction roll. Shit.
How do you know? It might be a reaction roll.
No, that was the weather roll, I figured.
I thought we did make a weather table.
I don't know where it would be.
Yeah, I checked and I didn't see the table in the tables box.
Yeah, I don't think I've created.
Well, we should make that one day.
I don't know how. Where do you get a weather table from?
It's in Dungeon Fantasy 16.
Yeah, Wilderness.
But we're not in Dungeon Fantasy.
But we have weather.
Do we? Do we really?
Should be weighted toward rain anyway. What did we use before? Because we did roll the weather that one time. We had the deep ass snow.
I rolled that off the Hall of Judgment.
Right.
Okay, so a roll of 16 means the weather is dire.
That's dire.
So it's really raining.
It was perfectly calm a couple of hours ago.
This is March. So rain, probably.
Alright, so you have rain and actually roll a d6 twice.
I'm not rolling that.
Actually, no, this is a d6 once.
Right.
Make the new guy do it.
Alright, so you have precipitation. So it's coming down in buckets. That is probably going to work well for your stealth.
Indeed. And work against their night vision. Well, thermals anyway, maybe. Right.
So for vision penalties, we will say -2 on any shooting rolls. So we'll make that -2 on any shooting rolls for anything that is outside of short range for the action range band.
That works.
Alright, can Kato and Kesh give me stealth rolls into the box, please? And I'll need one from Kato.
Yeah, where's the box in this theme?
It's the all-seeing eye pyramid thing down the bottom left.
Okay, so I did that wrong then. Sorry.
Shush. Nobody said anything.
He did that wrong.
Just pretend like nothing happened.
And because of the weather, you will get +2, and they will get -2.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would you double dip that?
Because it's a contest.
Because the weather is dire. It's not bad, it's dire.
Okay, so we will take Kesh's first roll. Alright, so Kesh, where exactly are you going? Are you going to go with Kato to where she's got to go, or are you going to deal with the gate?
Okay, my plan is to fly over and then come down between this truck and the line of cars and to hide there while I observe the gate to see who's guarding it.
Alright, so since you get to your target closer or first, we'll deal with you. So you are able to set yourself down. There is the sort of sound of heavy rain just pelting the cars, so it is it's quite noisy, static. You can make out Give me a perception roll. From your vantage point, you find it difficult to make out where the guy is at the gate. You can see the gate, but it's just too dark, too much rain to see where the guy is, if there is a guy there at all.
Point of order, he does have the infrared contacts because he was with us for that. So that may give him a bonus on the perception check.
What bonus does infrared contacts give?
+2.
With the rain,
well,
that'll
that
be a
depends.
-2 as well. So in this case, you can't. From there,
Okay.
you can't see anyone. And obviously, the torrential rain just blocks out any sound from anyone as well.
Okay, I turn the radio. I'm down. Memory notebook where I'm asked me to do that.
Thanks.
That would be fun if you forget who you cast the spell on first and you cancel the wrong one.
Was it the red wire or the green wire?
And then soon thereafter, you're followed up with Kato going, "I'm down 2 now."
That would be hilarious. Alright, so Kesh, doing anything further or just holding your position?
My next intention is to move down, over and down 1 hex, so I'm directly behind the gate, but still up against the cars, and see if I can see any better there.
Alright, we'll deal with that after Kato. So, Kato,
Yeah.
the
Good news is, if you can't see shit, they can't see shit either.
The G token on the map represents the generator.
Yep. So do we want the generator taken out before or after the gate? Is the gate manual or electric?
I think it was manual.
At this point, you
Looking
don't
at
know
the-
for certain. I'm also
Yeah.
going to... What sort of drones? You got little microscopic drones, haven't you?
I've got the robo bugs, yeah. Or the
I'm going to
Flybot.
rule that they are almost useless in this rain.
Well, I didn't have anything in mind for them.
Maybe once you get inside.
It's possible.
So you wouldn't have even deployed. You would have gone, no, not happening.
All right,
These
well,
things are too damned expensive to this stupid rain.
my plan is to go for the generator.
Where do you land?
Was there any sort of roof access?
I don't know. She took a monowire weapon. It could totally have roof access.
This used to be a car dealer, so there's probably some skylights over the showroom.
Yeah, but you don't want to go through a skylight in this kind of rain.
It depends on the light and who's in there. And
Damn, I wish
yada,
I'd
yada.
thought of that. We could have gotten mortars.
Kato, give me a perception roll or an observation roll. Whichever is better.
Wow.
Nice roll.
All right, give me an IQ roll as well.
What a crappy perception, though.
That's a bit of a wild swing.
You have luck. Did you want to use luck?
Not at this point.
All right, so from your position there, you can hear some activity, sort of some noise coming from there. You can't identify exactly what that is.
Sounds like buffalo. Maybe elephants. They have war elephants.
And the Golden Company.
Can I like maybe go down there or something?
Sure.
Is the generator on its own, or is it inside a building?
It appears to be inside.
Alright, well then I'm basically going to try and get to it from the high ground as long as I can.
Alright, so in the pink arrows there, I think you've got all your entrance points
oh, okay.
identified.
That's what those are.
Alright, well then I will go to the one where closest to where my line is.
Okay. Alright, so
are
you will...
Are you radiating back and letting Book know you're on the ground?
I will do that.
Thanks.
Alright, give... Oh no, you did your perception really well.
Actually, hang on one sec, sorry. There's no entrances directly to that, so I'm going to have to go through somewhere to get to it, right?
Yeah.
Then
That looks like the right spot, though. Because that hall, there's the door there, and so you go down the hall, make a right, and then make another right, and there's the bathrooms.
Yeah, all right. Let's do that.
You can go that way. I'm going to get rid of...
Y'all are going crazy
Actually,
with the
yeah.
arrows again.
I was just going to say, I don't want to be like Mark.
And Ethan's totally not defending him because he's seen Mark go crazy with the arrow.
So when the generator leaves the building temporarily, that's when I'll turn it off.
Alright, so the...
That's a good plan.
There's one of the entrances to the generator. Okay,
Alright, so is there... Sorry.
Give me a stealth roll. Alright, so you park yourself down on the ground there. You hear the roar of torrential rain hitting the steel roof and the cars around you. You do not see anyone in your immediate vicinity. You will get to the door, and the door will have an electronic lock.
Alright, so that's a lockpicking, yeah?
Yep.
That's security, isn't it? Electronic ops security?
That's to disable any alarms to breach locks. It's lockpicking TL whatever with electronic lockpicks.
Alright, any bonuses or anything?
You can get bonuses if you take extra time.
Alright, well, I'll do that. What's the maximum amount of extra time I can take?
+5, but that means you're taking 30 times as long, and each attempt takes a minute.
So that's 5 minutes?
No, 30 times as long. So that would be half an hour that you spend trying to break this lock. So for a +1, you spend 2 minutes. For a +2, you spend 4 minutes, and so on, all the way up to 30 minutes.
Alright, well, I'll spend 4 minutes on it.
Alright, give me a roll on your lockpick. Remember, you have electronic lockpicks which give you a +1, I think. So did you spend 4 minutes? Yeah?
Correct. And the +1 from the electronics ops.
Alright, make an IQ roll. You're sitting there, quite focused on your task.
Not locked.
No, it is locked. But you will hear the sound of metal on metal coming from that way. So approaching your position. And you can see you have a look, you see there is a dude dressed in the Humanist gear, which basically looks like the KKK, with a red cross on their pointy hats. The sound that you heard was his assault carbine banging up against a car as he's sort of squeezed past it up along the wall, heading towards your position. It does not appear that he has noticed you yet, but you, at this point in time, have the panel off the electronic lock with your equipment, hanging from it.
And how far into the exercise am I?
Well, you don't know. You're probably halfway.
Alrighty.
He will definitely be upon you before you finish, though.
He looks up at his progress bar.
Damn Windows minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
All right.
You've been on 95% for, since you almost started.
All right.
Yeah,
So
it's like
this
he's going
guy,
into-
this guy versus me is he someone that I could do a takedown on?
Except for being armed, he looks like your average sort of dude. As much as you can tell anyway through the, his outfit. In terms, you've still got that picture open. He looks more like that guy as opposed to the guy with the big machine gun.
So what you do is you run up to him and you grab the top of his stupid hat. You pull it down.
He squeezes past another car as he sort of shimmies up the wall. He's trying to stay out of the rain, but it's not doing him a great deal of good. The roof coverage here is not helping much.
All right, and I imagine there's going to be no chance of me being able to get away and have him not notice the fact that the panel's off and everything.
If you leave your equipment there, it's more than likely he's going to notice. If you just unplug and just leave the panel open and take off, then there's possibility you might walk past.
All right, so according to the thing there's like some cars there, right?
Yes.
Because if I hug the building, he's just going to walk around trying to get out of the rain.
Well, he said he was squeezing between the building and a couple of ruined cars over there, so theoretically you could sneak around the other side of the car he's squeezing past.
What would you like to do? If you'd like to avoid him entirely, that's just a stealth roll.
Yeah,
if you want to take him out. All right, so you're going to pull your equipment?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to.
It will mean that you'll have to, start again. But yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah.
Okay, you pull the equipment and give me a stealth roll. Actually, no, you already rolled stealth. So you head for the cars. You will see that when you get to the cars, he stops and starts to sort of listen. He's standing next to the door. At this point, he doesn't seem to have noticed that the lock panel is off its screws and such, and its innards hanging out, but something has sort of caught his attention, and he's looking around, looking sort of in your general direction, but not at you specifically.
Potato.
I think the GM's trying to kill you off.
How long does he keep looking at me for?
His weapon is sort of slung over his shoulder. He readies it, not to attack, but readies it to if something happens. You can see he really doesn't want to step out into the full force of the rain from his little shelter here at the wall. Someone give me a universe reaction roll, please.
Whose turn is it?
Not mine. And I'm not rolling another 16. Wait.
57. You can give me a roll. Or Frost, you can give me a roll.
Oh, were you talking to me? Yeah, you don't want me to roll that for you.
Alright, so he hesitates for a bit and then he goes, oh, fuck it, and starts heading out towards where you're hiding in amongst the cars.
Alright, GM's trying to kill you.
Am I able to move around so that I end up sort of at his back?
Sure.
You gonna do the stand behind him thing?
Alright, give me a stealth roll for that.
I think he's going to judo him and go, surprise, motherfucker.
Alright, so the dude will eventually get to where you were hiding behind the cars. He's looking around, and you can see that he sort of crouches down, and you see that he sees the your footprints in the mud. And then he stands up, just as you sort of get to him, at his back.
Vulcan nerve pinch.
Jenna!
Damn, that means I don't get that element of surprise.
Well, you're in his
do.
back.
He doesn't know you're there, so you're right at his back as he stands up. But you can see that he sort of noticed your footprints in the mud. Now's your time to do something.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to work out. So I will do a takedown.
Alright, so you want to roll your judo. Since you're from behind and he doesn't know it's coming, you probably want to do a telegraphed for +4.
He's going to want to do all-out double. Telegraph the grab and then do the takedown, probably.
So which one would that be? That would be headlock, yeah?
Yeah, you could do that.
Trying to work
Throw
out
from a headlock.
If I recall, you increased your judo skill, so that will probably increase your headlock skill as well, since that's a technique.
Alright. So what would that go to then?
How much did you increase your judo?
Pretty sure I put it up 2 points.
Then increase your headlock by 2 points.
Alright, so all out telegraphed. What is that going to make it?
You will get a -1 to your overall skill. Because it's -5 to grab the head or the neck, but telegraph gives you +4.
Yeah, I think that's already taken into the skill because it's tech hard. So I have specific ones for arms, heads, and leg, and they are very different skills.
I think you might be right. Just roll. We'll see if it matters. It's not going to matter. So you will successfully grab him in a headlock. Now you're going to do a takedown, so roll on your judo.
I thought I had a specific skill for this.
There's not a technique for takedowns.
There is your regular judo throws. But judo, you roll judo versus their strength to take him down. Oops. Alright, so he will succeed his strength. Do you wish to luck that one? So you'll successfully grab him in the headlock, but he will resist taking down unless you luck it.
Sure, let's do that.
Alright, so roll judo twice more.
That really didn't help me, did it?
No. He succeeded his strength by 4. Daniel, do you know of any bonuses that he might be able to get to turn that?
What is his relative level in judo?
Dex +1.
I think that'll get you 1.
Actually, Dex +1.
I have acrobatics as well. I don't know whether that helps.
No.
Alright, so you will get him in the headlock. You'll start to take him down, but he starts to fight against that. In the process... actually, let me check if they have combat reflexes. They do not have combat reflexes, so he's going to be stunned because it's a surprise attack, which means I think he's -4.
Yep.
So in this case, you do take him down. He is not expecting it at all. He will let go of his weapon to try and stop himself from face planting. So his weapon just sort of falls to his side on his on the strap, but you'll take him down, face first into the ground. He's attempting to come out of stun first.
Alright, so how does my pacifism work in this case?
Well, you're not trying to kill him.
So you have pacifism, reluctant killer?
Correct.
Yeah, so you're not affected unless you're going for killing blows. At which point you are at -4.
No, I was just more thinking of trying to face plant his face into the mud. Because I just want to choke him out, like render him unconscious.
Yeah, that's just judo.
Alright. Well, that's what I'll be working to do then.
Alright, so he will fail to come out of stun. So it's back to your attack. Give me a judo roll. So you succeed by 5.
You gonna roll that whole thing out? Because that's gonna take over 10 rounds.
No. So you will succeed. You'll beat him by 2 plus any bonuses that that you get from like grappling 2 hands or whatever. Offhand, do you know what those bonuses are, Daniel?
No.
Alright, so he will get another attempt to break free, which you'll need to roll your judo for. Actually, no. He comes out of stun. So give me another judo roll. Alright, he fails by 3, you succeed by 9, so After a few seconds, the guy stopped struggling. He was unable to let out any sort of calls or shouts that penetrate the rain, and he sort of expires, falling unconscious, blowing bubbles in this pool of water that his head is sort of, partially submerged in.
All right, well, once he's out, I'll let people know what's happened, and then I'll get back to this lock.
Standing by.
All right, give me
because
another.
he's.
Sorry, go.
I was just going to say, because he's not dead, he's obviously going to wake up at some point.
He will.
Yeah. Which could be a problem for you.
All right, so you start back on the lockpicking, and
Yep.
Within moments, you will hear a click, and you push the door open to reveal a hallway. Inside this hallway, it is well lit.
All right, well, I'll go in and shut the door behind me. It's not going to lock again, is it?
No.
All right, because obviously the extra noise of the rain is going to let people know that I'm coming. All right, what do I need to roll to get to the generator then?
Just another stealth roll. Give me a hearing-based perception roll, please.
I am oblivious.
All right, so you'll proceed to there. You can hear the noise of the generator on the other side. The noise in this place is fairly loud from the rain sort of hitting the metal roof. And you make your way into the generator room. There is a generator. There is the smell of petrochem, so gasoline basically. There is a number of drums that are stacked in a corner, and there is a generator that is running with some exhaust being piped up through a makeshift chimney or ventilation in the roof.
All right, I'll let people know that I'm here. And basically that I'm waiting on instruction.
I think everybody else is in position.
Yeah, I think it's shutter down time.
All right. Does it have a key that I can just turn off and take the key?
Roll universe, so just a universe reaction roll.
Sorry, to work out where that one is.
Main tab.
On where your secondary characteristics are, there's another tab for reaction. There you go.
It does indeed have a key, and the key is dangling from it on a chain, a small little chain with a tag that says "Do not remove."
Then I opt to do not remove it.
Is it talking about the tag or the key?
the tag has "Do not remove" written on it.
Yeah,
And
but
I
is
imagine
the
that's
tag
on the key,
referring
right?
to the tag itself?
The key is attached to the tag.
So which one? Never mind. I'm just messing with you.
So if
I
I
gotcha.
remove the key, I will not make the key and the tag separate.
Righto. So, with that, you turn off the key and remove it. The generator will go silent. The lights will brown for a moment, and then everything goes dark.
Right, I need to get out of there quick smart.
Yeah.
Fight scene from Anchorman ensues.
So I have a specific skill for this called Escape.
That is not what that is.
Okay then.
That's for escaping being tied up or restrained.
Handcuffs,
Damn it.
stuff like that.
You do have a specific skill for that. It's called stealth.
Right, well then I will stealth the hell out of there.
Tiptoe in, tiptoe out, like a cat, one might say.
He's totally gonna come out through that door just as the dude he knocked out is like groggily, standing.
And then she kicks him in the nuts.
No, the guy is standing up, and then the door opens and knocks him over.
Or that. Depends whether it's an innie or an outie.
All right. So, what's everyone else doing when everything goes dark?
At that, I'm going to engage the guy in the top tower that I was have been taking aim with the rifle.
All right. So, let's do this by turns.
Okay, cool.
Ooh. That's gonna hurt to the face.
Oh, you don't know. It's gonna hurt. Absolutely, it's gonna hit. That's a head blow, isn't it? Or is it still just
There's no defense.
That's a critical head blow.
Please be good. Please be good. That's too bad. This is still gonna jack him up.
Oh,
Yeah, he ain't gonna
that's
live
a good
through it.
roll.
You need to roll the face location.
Target reduced.
So that was
You
to the
reduced his
head,
face.
not the skull.
Well, as the face, I couldn't really. That's it. I was basically going for the skull, but I can't shoot him in the back of the skull.
Huh?
So I'm shooting in the forehead. Basically, is what I was looking for.
Yeah, that's skull is -7 from the front.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
With the damage roll like that, he will fall over, dropping in place where he was standing.
And fall right on top of the monowire filament and cut in half.
The outfit that he's got reddens very quickly. At this point, we're not necessarily going to be going in combat turns unless there's stuff that has to happen at combat time.
Gotcha.
So, Kato, you're making your escape. Give me a stealth roll.
Oh, also, just so everybody notes, or at least the new guys note, if you look at the combat tracker and you wonder why we have Frey at 17 as the basic speed, it's just because he has the enhanced time sense, which means you always go first. So we just cranked that up to a really stupid high, so he'd always be at the top of the track.
Well, aren't you normally speed 7? We just added 10 to it.
Yeah, I'm normally speed 7, yeah.
But you're not actually running around like Quicksilver.
That is correct, yeah.
Right. Because people who are the same speed then go in alphabetical order, which messes it up.
He's just very good at playing the game slaps.
Or am I right to bump my turn complete?
Yeah.
So what you'll do is you'll stealth. You will see a guy disappear, or not guy disappear, a guy come through there. With your stealth, you will duck into another room momentarily. He will walk past you and disappear into the generator room. At which point you will make your escape.
And here I'm going, son of a bitch! What happened to the key?
It specifically says do not remove.
And he will come running out, shouting, basically alerting everyone. You know, the Jenny's off. Someone's taken the key. You will hear that.
I think we have a ninja.
You will hear that in your wake. Kesh.
Okay. Kesh has his suppressed pistols out, and he's advancing, trying to advancing stealthily while crouching, looking for the guards to the gate, who he assumes will be somehow hiding from the rain.
All right, give me your stealth roll. And also give me your perception or observation. Lots of high rolls tonight.
Mm-hmm. And quite a few really low ones.
It seems to be extremes.
That's fantasy grounds.
It does like to pinball on you.
All right, so you're stealthing across that open area. You can see that there is a guy that has a small shelter. He's noticed that the lights have gone out. He's looking out around the place. He doesn't seem to have seen you, but you're sort of still out in the open. Doesn't seem to have seen you, but you've definitely seen him. If you continue along your path, he will notice you. But he is at medium range from you.
Really?
What's the medium range band? 7
only
yards?
like 10 yards.
To 100. That's short. 6 to 20
so
is short.
He's in short range.
Okay, I'm going to shoot him with this suppressed pistol. And so, okay, short. The range modifiers are in yards. What's short?
Short's just -3.
It's a simplification of the normal range penalties.
Okay, so keep double clicking. Okay, and
You can drag and drop as well.
Remember, you're using a pistol, right?
yeah.
Remember, you're a gunslinger, so you get your accuracy bonus.
And how many shots are you firing?
I'm sorry, I'm getting trouble with the box here. Why won't it let me clear it?
Just hit escape, I think, or delete.
Backspace, actually.
Or you just drag whatever's in there, drag it out and drop it, and then redo it.
Okay, this is not working for me at all. I want to put +2 in manually. How do I do that?
So, is there anything in there at the moment?
No, I cleared it.
Okay, so just put 2. So click in the modifier box and just type in 2.
Then I want to add the range modifier. And I click on that, nothing happens. I drag to the box, nothing happens.
In chat, you can type /mod, M-O-D, space -3.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Hold on. Did you put it in the quick slot?
Now it's saying -28.
Well, that's not right.
So it's been saving up my stuff, but not reflecting it. Lovely.
I think his computer's possessed.
If you have a look at the stream, do you have the stream open?
Yeah.
All right. So if you have a look at the stream, you'll see. You just click on the box, type what you want as the modifier. Then you want to do the -2 for the range. So you'll see.
You're not gonna have the action modifier, the range.
Right, but you can
It's
roll the
-3 for medium or for short.
All right, all that looks about right. Plus, you're an additional.
Accuracy?
Yeah, he's got AC.
Yeah, he's only got his penalties in there, not his bonuses. So that's going to hit.
You're using the pistol.
Oh,
Probably Act 2.
All right.
I was trying to put it in +2 and -3, but it was so complicated I got confused and put in -5 instead. So it should have been +1.
Hey, you can always total it in your head and just type in the number.
Yeah, just do a single modifier.
You do have an additional -2 because of the rain.
Nope. You
He
said
has
that if
offset
it's
by
more than-
his contacts.
Oh, in short, yeah short,
said
it's
that
fine.
was more than short.
So that's fine. That's a hit. He doesn't know it's coming. Make a roll. You're welcome to roll a random hit or center of mass, your choice.
Ooh, nice damage.
And also, this isn't
Oh, wait.
suppressed after all.
Wait, I don't understand what I was just supposed to do about locations.
You're welcome to roll a random hit location or just hit center of mass, torso. It's up to you.
Where is random hit location?
All right, so if you open the tables or click on the tables icon,
Just do the drag.
All right, I'll do the drag.
Yeah, whoever decided to code that in was freaking brilliant.
There you go.
And you gave him the wrong one.
Whoops.
Okay, so I did 12 points in the face.
Nope.
No.
Click the pyramid next to hit location human. If you don't want to hit center of mass, which will be torso.
It's your choice.
Oh, gut shot.
Vitals even. Ooh.
Well, you did it right.
Triple damage.
Depending on any armor they're wearing.
Still.
Yep.
Well, if they're wearing the standard vest, it doesn't always cover that location. which is typically listed as groin.
Yep. Normal vest is torso, not abdomen.
Alright, so you will hit him in the vitals, doing by 3 damage. He will go down either dead or unconscious, you're not sure, but your gun will let off an almighty bang as the suppressor explodes, basically banana peels.
Oh man!
I remember he rolled like super poor on that.
Yeah.
Does Kesh have gloves on?
I don't believe so, no.
Alright, so you will take a d6 minus 4.
So he could theoretically gain hit points. Sweet.
Alright, so you will take 1 point of damage to the hand as bits of suppressor fragment and hit you in the hand.
Okay, how do I know that it's on the hand?
It's not going to matter. So just
Okay.
General hit points.
Okay, so that's noted, and that's the end of my round?
Yes.
Yep.
If you wish to use that pistol again, you will have to make an armory roll or a IQ-based guns roll to remove the damaged suppressor, or what's left of the damaged suppressor.
Or you just transition to your rifle.
I assume thinking nasty thoughts about the person I got the suppressor from is a free action.
That is a free
Yes.
action, yes. Cursing at him physically is a free action as well.
A shiver goes down Tosh's spine. Someone's talking about me. Someone's trash talking me.
Frost, I apparently forgot to do the whole ESM detector thing, so I'm going to switch that on and start tagging targets. That being the radio signal detector, so I can start picking up all the personal networks.
Alright, so as these guys are not matrixed, you will only get radio signals from like handheld radios.
Well, this will pick up all their Wi-Fi. So if they're using standard gear, they're all going to have Wi-Fi signals of some kind or another. They'll be short range, but they can be picked up. And I believe the rain isn't going to stop that.
Right, but there's no Wi-Fi here.
No, the Wi-Fi is on their gear. Everybody's gear has Wi-Fi.
That communicates with each other. Yeah.
Alright, make your sensors roll.
I can do that.
Can you? Can you really?
I can make the roll.
And what is the
I can
range
make rolls all day.
Your thing.
Stand by. We want sensors for that, don't we? I need more skill. Let me remind myself of the range situation. No, of course I didn't put that in the notes.
Is there anything else that you're doing specifically?
Well, this isn't specific rounds, is it? I'm kind of following the rest of our group over here because I actually don't know where we're going to go next. I believe the range is twice the range of the device.
Okay, so you're only going to get very localized stuff local to you.
Yep.
I think. What's the range band for short? It's to 14.
Short
Short
is
and
6 to
medium start?
20.
Right,
All right,
yeah.
so you will only get signals once they come within short.
That's probably reasonable.
And that is the size of your range. Alright, so nothing at present, with the exception of your own guys. Since we're not necessarily in combat rounds, Kesh, what are you going to do about the gate?
Okay. How do I get that to actually roll?
Oh, that won't
Click
roll
the
like
pyramid
that.
in chat. Oh,
No,
will it not?
that's not going to roll. No, you'd
Yeah.
have to create a thing under abilities, other.
Yeah,
Call
just
it-
grab 3 dice and throw them.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Well, he's mad.
I failed my bad temporal. So the first thing I'm going to do is yank off this monomus suppressor and throw it away.
Wait, that's actually a 17.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
it even a worse failure.
He fails by on 15, 16, 17, or 18.
Ah, okay.
All right, so you're there's some superficial damage to the thread of your pistol
And your fingers.
and your fingers, but you rip off this suppressor, toss it into the mud. Guy in front
And
of
then
you,
open the gate.
Bleeds profusely from the wound in his chest, his abdomen. You opening the gate?
Yes. Is that a dex roll or?
Nope. You look around, finding a button which controls the gate door. It turns out that when you hit the button, nothing happens.
All right. we killed the
It was manual. They were supposed to be manually operated.
Oh, right. Okay.
Give me a observation roll. Since you're sort of in a bit of a mood at the moment, you kick the panel or the little control box that was the gate control. Look around, and as far as you can tell, you could probably manually push that gate open. It'll take a little bit of effort. A strength roll should suffice.
Okay, so sounds like I'm pushing it over, but not quickly.
Yeah, you're just struggling to sort of fight the weight of this gate as you're opening it. You only need to open it enough for your crew to make it through. which you guys are not up against the gate as yet. I assume that you're going to be moving towards the gate, and that will require stealth rolls.
Damn jackasses should have kept this greased properly.
It occurs to me that Tosh will have known, generally speaking, what the plan was and who was coming to open the gate. He will also have heard a loud bang and a bunch of cursing afterward.
True.
Well, that's only for people that are near Kesh. I'm assuming that you guys weren't waiting at the gate. Otherwise, there's a very good likelihood you'd seen.
Actually, I say that. I don't know that Tosh was going in, though. No, at the gate was supposed to be the rest of Tosh's team.
Right, but they will move there after the fact. Otherwise, there's potential they could be seen by turrets and stuff.
Well, there's still the potential that they're going to be seen by the turrets and stuff.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm planning on shooting this guy when it comes back around to my turn.
All right, so stealth rolls.
You mean for Tosh's team?
For the whole team.
I am not moving yet, or Frey's not moving yet because he's planning on shooting this guy first to try to minimize the amount of people who could see the team advance.
Who's this guy? Oh,
that one.
I was looking in the wrong place.
The one time my blue arrows are not cooperating.
Luck, timestamp 2000. I'll take the success by 4.
Yeah, that's a little better. I'll have to remember to swap back to my blue after this.
We'll need stealth rolls from the rest of the team.
Even me?
No, you're in a different spot, so we'll need a stealth roll from M and Frost.
Well, that's less than stellar.
Yeah, well, luckily it's dire weather, so I think he said we were getting bonuses for that.
And oh, sorry, I didn't see Frost's. So the worst was a fail by 1, which you get +2, so that'll be a succeed by 1.
Lucky break.
Okay, Frey.
Alright, yep. Engaging that guy to sort of cover these guys, hope.
As your team is moving, you will see that guy, he will begin to sort of spin his turret around in the general vicinity of that gate area. Wow.
Dang.
I got the hit location correct this time.
Roll your damage.
Wow.
Ow.
-2 times 4.
Target reduced.
Alright. Just because
Red mist.
The guy, the top of his head just sort of disappears.
68 points of damage. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's insta-death.
I mean the top of his head. I think most of his
Better
head
be.
went away.
In fact, that would be take him to -10 times. So that means the top of his head is destroyed.
I never liked that guy.
And with the force of the impact, he will fall back off the turret and back inside the compound.
Alright, do you need any rolls from me, or can I continue on?
You can continue on.
So
you will hear there is some activity within the building.
So where am I at this point?
There.
Yeah, but I need to keep moving, so...
So you move where you want to move.
You gonna rejoin Cash? You knew he was going for the gate, so that's your nearest backup.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm heading. I'm just sort of trying to work out what my movement is going to be at this point.
Oh, don't worry about it.
We're not going in combat turns, so several turns are passing.
Yeah, you can just indicate your intention.
Alright, well, I want to get to the gate.
Alright, so because I liked the idea, you get to the door there and you open it, and standing at the door, sort of holding his head and obviously a little uneasy and groggy, is the guy that you choked out. He's dripping wet. Half his face is covered in mud, and his nice white outfit is not so white on the side that he's been sort of laying on. Do you have combat reflexes?
Yes, I do.
All right. You will go first. With a speed of 7, you are definitely faster than he is. So you open the door. He's standing there. You see him. He is surprised, so he'll get a moment of stun. You've got a turn to do stuff.
Alright, well, I'll just karate kick him then.
Alright, how? Any particular locations?
Probably the chest.
Alright, roll your attack.
Do I just roll karate, or do I roll a specific melee?
Do you have a kicking?
There should be an entry.
Actually, you should have a kick fire mode on the karate entry.
Yes, you do have kick. And do you wish to use some extra effort?
I do.
You know that he is obviously stunned, so you could all-out attack for +2 damage with very little repercussions.
Alright, well then let's do that. Just a standard roll. There's no modifiers for the
Nope.
all-out.
Nope.
Here.
Damage +2.
He will fail the dodge, so roll your damage +2. Ouch.
Hadouken!
Yes, that's how you want to do it. Yeah, that'll take the wind out of him.
Crushing attack to the chest. Roll a d6 on a 1. It hits him in the vitals.
Solar plexus. Aw.
Alright, so you kick him fair in the chest. He will have to make a health roll.
How strong is he?
That will not be sufficient for knockback. His strength 12.
Ah.
But he fails his knockdown roll, so he is.
So he goes down anyway.
Stunned and is dropped to a knee as you obviously knock the wind out of him.
He's just not having a good day.
He will roll to come out of stun, but fail. You have another attack.
Ha!
All right, well then I'm going to attempt a choke out again.
I knew it. That's perfect.
All right, roll your judo.
Yeah, you know what's totally going to happen is we're going to be going by this dude as he's like recovering, and one of those of us who aren't pacifists will go, "Oh,
Whoever's
hey,
closest.
oh, this guy's still alive!" Bang!
He will desperately attempt to dodge or defend your attack, but his arms are nothing more than just like flailing tentacles as he's soaking wet, trying to get a hold of your arms.
Dear God, he has flailing tentacles for arms?
No, they're like flailing tentacles. As he's panicked and just fumbling, you duck or slide your arm in under his neck, move behind him, and just go, "Sun's going down, big fella." And
That's not creepy at all.
He'll be thinking, "What? Not again? No." Actually, got to give him a health roll. Yeah, that doesn't help him.
If you hadn't taken pacifism, you could leave him face down in the mud.
Well, I am a reluctant killer, so I could technically roll against it, but I'd really prefer not to. I figured one of you guys will do it. It's no problem for me.
All right, so you will you'll take a few moments to choke him out and put him down. You're sort of in the doorway, and you have just managed to, or he's just gone out. You've laid him on his side as you see a few dudes approaching there in the hallway with flashlights on their weapons. It is dark in the hall. They can see out to where you are, and you hear a "Hey, you there!" and that ends your turn. Frost.
You skipped one.
Did he?
Sorry, what did you say, Tim?
I said I had already ended my turn, so you'd skipped Kesh.
Oops.
No!
Kesh, it's your turn.
Bad.
Kesh put his actions in chat.
Yeah, Kesh holds his pistol,
Right.
gets his carbine out, chambers around, and is watching for movement inside the compound while he waits for everyone else to come in the gate.
All right,
Which
give me an
is
observation.
probably a good time to ask about that. What are we seeing? I think the rest of us are just moving up to the gate at this point.
Yes, you are. So give me an observation roll, or visual-based perception. Kesh.
Unless
Frey's bloodlust has not been sated yet. Holy
No,
God.
I'm just trying to clear the zone, so because that's where we're going to be operating. I'm just trying to think of thinking the proper mindset there.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Yeah, you just hit the eye of the storm.
And it's just
moved
literally
me-
around him.
Hold on. Someone moved me up with the group, but if Frey is staying behind and sniping, I'm going to stay near him in case he needs backup.
All right, so those two guys there appear on the map for Kesh. So you will see them approaching the main gate, as that's obviously where they think stuff is happening. They are approaching at the ready, so if they see something, they're most likely going to engage. At this point, the rain is clearly messing with their ability to see you. They will be... One will be at the very limit of your short range, and the other is in the medium range band. If you engage, they will obviously be able to identify you.
Will they?
So Kesh.
All right. Yeah.
The rest of the team, you are approaching the gate. Tosh reaches the gate and will help Kesh eventually open the gate to allow everyone entry. Tosh will stand at the gate and he's basically saying, like, go, 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 as each of you sort of go past. But Kesh, you can do something about these guys.
Okay, I've got the carbine, which has Axe 6, which I get because I'm a gunslinger.
No, you'll only get half of that because it's a two-handed weapon. We get gunslingers get full ACK on pistols, but half ACK on rifles and submachine guns and stuff like that.
Still good.
Unless you aim.
Still good, unless you aim, yeah.
Okay, do I think this guy has seen me yet?
No, he clearly hasn't. Otherwise, he would have done something. He's running towards the gate. Oh, he's not running, but he's at a sort of combat jog.
Then I'm going to take a round to aim. Is that right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, if these are not actual combat rounds, then he can calculate this stuff up and presume
Yeah, that's true.
that he has.
Might as well aim and fire, yeah. You think?
Yeah, that's fine. You saw him long before he's going to see you.
See if you can get the modifiers to play along this time.
Oh, there's two ranges in there. 3. Oh wait, it balances out. Yep. There's 2 -3s and a +3. So
okay,
that's correct.
All right,
I got
so
plus.
Roll damage.
I got.
And you, since this is an aimed shot, you don't have to roll. You can choose center of mass, or you can roll the hit location. Entirely up to you.
Oh, the leg.
Now that was 2 hits.
Actually, I think it's supposed to be 3 because his axe not in there, only his accuracy. His axe is in there, not his range.
I was trying to roll hit location once. I don't know why it happened twice.
That's all right.
When that happens, we always take the first.
Okay.
No, it didn't. It didn't actually roll twice.
It did just roll once.
It's a sub-table.
Yeah, there's a sub-table built into the table. So you rolled, and then it went, oh, hey, this is a leg. I need to roll for an additional effect.
Okay.
All right, 18 damage. That is sufficient to cripple his leg. He will go down onto the ground. His leg just sort of buckles out from under him, and from your viewpoint, it doesn't look very, very comfortable for him as his leg goes sort of sideways.
Supposed to bend in that direction.
Yeah, you're pretty sure there's a joint where there never should be a joint.
That can make him a better runner, or more flexible at least.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to side with Carrie on that. No.
All right, Kesh. Advance your turn, Frost.
I think we're just moving through behind the muscle.
Okay.
I'll pick up on 2's signal and probably not 3.
And Book. You're moving up.
Well, unless Frey, tells me to go, I'm backing him up right now. So that's kind of his call, tactically speaking.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. You can probably go. I'm just gonna engage this guy and then catch up to you.
So Frey says go, and I go and keep up with the rest.
M.
Am I right behind? Am I at the gate or a little behind it?
So you guys are filing through the gate at this point. You will see that Kesh engages someone outside of your line of sight. At this point, your only real options are movement unless there's something specific that you'd like to do.
Okay. Would I... Okay, so this is borrowing from my Shadowrun know-how, since that's Shadowrun I've played. Is there a way I could do a sort of matrix perception to try to find the baddies' signals in the matrix and try to feed that to the team to sort of, hey, here they are?
Ordinarily, yes, but in this case, no, because there is no matrix here.
Okay.
No wireless matrix. They're using a subset of the old wired matrix from 2050.
Okay, gotcha. All right, then, yeah, I'll just head up to start moving on in, trying to keep behind Kesh and outside his line of fire.
All right, so that would make it the Humanus. The guys that saw Kato through the hall, they will let out a burst of gunfire.
Reckless bastards. They just saw a shadow in the rain. It could have been their buddy.
They're totally gonna get
and yeah, they just shot their buddy in the back.
Milk shield.
Well, they tried.
But it is all ineffective fire, so bullets will, bounce around Kato from several guys, because there's several guys there in the hall. None of them even getting close to hitting their mark.
Did they hit the guy laying in the mud?
Actually, he was kneeling. No, that thing about them hitting each other in the back, that totally does happen too, because I've seen that on video.
This guy here, he is going to see that you guys are filing through the gate, and he's just going to let off a burst of suppressing fire covering that gate. So his range penalty is what, 35? So that would be in medium, which is -7.
7.
And suppressing fire means roll of 9 or less if you're moving through that area.
No. It's 6 plus the effective rate of fire in that hex or in that zone. And if you use multiple 2-yard zones, then that rate of fire has to be split up between them.
Alright, so there's multiple 2-yard zones. He has a rate of fire of 15, we'll say 7, so he gets he gets +1. He'll get +1 rate of fire bonus.
7's +1, so it's a minimum roll or a maximum roll of 6 plus the 1 for the rate of fire.
And
that
he rolls twice.
If the penalty isn't lower. No, the roll is for everybody that crosses the zone.
Okay, so I'll get a roll from everyone, please. Don't roll. You can just roll 3d6. Don't roll 7 or under. And I'm not gonna worry about Tosh and his extras. They are just background.
Yeah.
What's this roll for, sorry?
You don't need to roll.
That's
You're
not
in that
you.
location.
It's a suppressive fire at the gate. You're not near there.
So, you all guys, you run through a hail of bullets as this dude tries to prevent your entry, but no one gets hit. Guy on the ground, he doesn't want to stay on the ground any longer. He's crawling away, looking for cover.
Oh wait, who's shooting at us? Is it Goon 3?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
That was a terrible mistake on his part, wasn't it?
probably.
Okay, I'm going to roll perception for the guy that you're aiming at. He's looking over at the gate. Clearly the rain's messing with his ability to see. He's got his gun sort of trained at the gate, and you can see that he wipes his goggles every so often trying to get a clear view on what's going on. You see he sort of bends down a little bit to take the shot, but then looks up, wipes his goggles some more, and it's now your attack.
Oh, mine? Okay.
He knows there's something going on there, but he just can't get enough sight on target to, be willing to pull the trigger.
This is Freya versus the top.
Top center, yeah.
Bit? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we had that area cleared out so they couldn't start shooting at, say, Kato or you.
Roll your damage.
Yeah. Not as good.
What? So insta dead is not as good as insta dead?
That's only 148.
All right,
Target reduced.
He's wiping his goggles at this point, and your bullet sort of goes through his hand and into his head at the same time. He drops.
Right, am I hearing all this gunfire?
Yes. You can see down the hall to where those guys are.
No, I meant like on the outside.
Oh, yes. You can hear it. There's definitely loud shooting going on.
All right, if I keep going,
you can give me a perception roll. This is or observation, whichever.
Nope.
The area around your sort of immediate vicinity seems to be fairly clear, except for those guys that are, down the hall.
All right, well, I'm going to keep heading towards the gate then.
All right, which way?
What's the terrain look like? Like, am I going through cars and stuff here?
So, on the map there, you should see that there's some cars. So there's those cars you can squeeze through, or you can like parkour over a few of them.
Yeah. All right,
you have to shout parkour when you're doing that, though.
They don't do that in Mirror's Edge.
So give me a jumping and an acrobatics roll.
Yeah, the breathing just kind of intensifies or not. Nice roll. And nice roll.
So the spinny flip was awesome looking.
So you will spinning flip over the vehicles as more bullets sort of, trail you and, punch through the vehicles behind you. Nothing.
Oh, God.
Nothing hitting.
I just realized that character is basically the mirror image of Ditch.
You better be careful.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I didn't think of that.
Where Ditch kills everybody, she kills nobody.
All right, Kesh.
But other than that distinction, they're the same.
You have this guy here. He's got partial cover, so he's got -2 cover, where he's like just been shooting at you guys from.
That's Goon 3.
Yep. I will need perception rolls from everyone to. Actually, no, you don't need to. He shot at you, so everyone will know that he's there. But he's definitely the -2 due to the rain.
I'm confused about who we're talking about. There's Humanus Goon 2, who I shot already, and he's nearest me. And then there's Goon 3, who I haven't shot. Who are you talking about?
3. 2 crawled behind cover.
Okay, and so 3 has -2 cover and is shooting at us.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shoot back at him.
So you won't have had aim this time.
No.
Don't. Do you have luck? Because now is the time to burn it.
Yes, I do have luck. How do I do that?
Roll
just
twice
re-roll
more.
twice.
Yep.
So just put the -3 and then roll twice more.
And then pick the one you want. Better. Best.
I'll take the 12.
We thought you might.
Now, this maximum 2 hits, what does that mean?
So that means you hit him with 2 bullets.
So I wasn't firing single shot?
Unless you were firing single. Well, no, yeah.
Were you firing single shots?
I thought I was. I had never made the decision otherwise.
Okay, well, in that case, you only get the one hit.
Okay.
He will attempt to dodge.
You can pull the trigger up to 3 times if you're firing semi-auto as well.
He's using that's a carbine, not a
Okay, he's trying to dodge. How do we work that?
He is trying to dodge, and he has successfully dodged. Falling behind his covers, sort of some bullets will sort of hit the cover.
Okay, so I would have hit him, but he dodged, and that's the end.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Oh yeah, so irritating.
I'm moving for freaking cover. We do not want to be in this zone right now.
With the girlish scream?
Not with a girlish scream.
Now wait, since I've used my luck, am I supposed to record that when that was?
Yeah, so just type in the time.
Which I guess was about 20:30 Central.
Just put in your local time. It's really only for your reference.
Yeah, because it's every hour.
Yeah.
So just type that in the chat.
So, point of interest, since I've moved up to cover next to those vehicles here, if I could potentially see around the corner there, if number 2's looking like he's still in the fight, I can potentially deal with.
At the moment, he seems to be more occupied with nursing his new joint, or his new knee.
Yeah, I'll leave him to
that. He doesn't have his weapon in hand. It's still, over his shoulder on his strap, but not holding it.
Oh, he didn't even get to lower the damn thing.
Speaking of luck, it's been more than an hour since Kato's was used.
All right, book.
All right. Is everybody through, including the other team?
Everybody but Frey. But that's expected.
All right. So the those not appearing on the map from the other team are inside.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to follow them through then, and be the last one in, except for Frey. Kind of take cover among the vehicles.
Yeah, I'll probably just move up a bit more.
Okay, so at this point, number 2 only really has sight on Kesh, so he's going to take aim at Kesh.
Okay, so let's see if I can actually make this roll. I did. I am using my frickin' haste with my power stone stuff to do the 3-point thing. So that is 2, 4, 6 points of energy from the power stones. So that is going to increase my move and dodge by 3. So after that, it takes 2 seconds to cast, and this lasts a minute. I don't know how long the rounds are actually going to go, and then I'm gonna haul ass to get up to the gate.
All right. So we are in sort of abstract combat time here. So you're in the process of heading to the gate until such time
really
as
fast. Yeah, because my move is at 10 right now. 10 or 11 when I'm sprinting.
Kato, you'll be able to see goon number 2. He's nursing a funny leg.
Is he
and
still
he's
conscious?
hiding behind cover.
How far away?
He can't take any more damage than half his thing on legs, so.
Yeah, but it's a crippling wound, right?
Right. Still, he has to make a knockdown roll, but he doesn't have to make consciousness every turn.
Okay.
He'll just bleed out. Alright, well, can I go straight through to the rest of the people, or do I have to go down?
No, you can catch up with the group. Actually, I think there's... No, that's blocked off.
Alright, well then I'm heading down.
If you give me a climbing roll, you can squeeze through some cars, or you can go the easy route. Right, you will join the rest of the group as you climb through some rusted cars. They're in the back seat of one of the cars. You can see what looks to be the plasticed up remains of something. Roughly the size of a body, maybe.
Interesting. Alright, I've progressed my turn.
Okay. Okay, how much cover does Goon 3 have again?
It's -2. But he's also got the cover of the rain, so that will give him -4 to hit, and then the range penalty, which is -7. So you'll be at -11 to hit him without aiming.
Oh, right. He's still at medium.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to aim this round. Then.
Okay.
Are we in round by round?
Semi-round by round.
Ah, okay.
Then he should be able to probably shoot.
No, because the other guy aimed as well. So.
Okay, so we are in round by round at this point.
For the most part, yeah. For the purpose of these particular attacks.
Are we aware of the guys coming out of the building?
Nope.
I guess Kato probably said she was being pursued.
And I might be, since I'm taking cover behind vehicles that are right by Kato.
Well, those are fairly big, though.
Yeah, but I might... That looks like a bus. I might run up the steps and look out the window.
And there is gunfire coming out of the building as well, or there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I let you guys know that I'm being chased, and they aren't happy.
I am going to let loose one of the flybots and have it start doing a circuit about, 50 yards.
How big are they?
They're very small. It's the size of an insect.
Case, it's going to be useless in the rain. Remember, you got torrential rain, so they're not happening.
Yeah.
Dire weather.
Why? Because they're small enough to get taken out by a raindrop? Or...
That sort of thing.
Okay.
I'm assuming they're also not, sealed and watertight and all that sort of stuff. So
we really didn't discuss a plan for after the gate.
Get in, find the dude.
Number 6.
So what are we gonna do specifically? Just find the first door and go in? Is that the plan? We'll just assume that's the plan until we hear something else. How about that?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep going that direction toward that first entrance that we know of. And we're in semi-round, so I don't know how that's going to go.
All right, so just advance your turn.
All right. Since I have entered the vehicle barrier and I'm looking through the other side, I assume I see Kato booking it for the barrier.
Yes, Kato will meet up with you.
Okay, and do I see her pursuers?
No. They're blocked by this group of vehicles.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just help her up onto the barrier so that she can take cover. Is she injured?
Nope.
Then that's my turn.
You do not have any visible contacts.
Alrighty.
What is your intentions?
Well, if everyone else is still here and shooting, but I can't see anyone, if I can tell where they're trying to shoot, I might try to move in order to get line of sight for next.
Alright, so you can see Kesh lining up goon number 3. So you can.
Then I will.
You can move so you can shoot next turn.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Alright, so number 3, he had his accuracy. I know what you did last time, that your modifiers weren't adding when you were. This is the captain button. If you type in a modifier, and the modifier box still has the focus, the sort of typing focus, and then you start clicking on other modifiers, they don't get added until you click off. So they don't appear to add until you've clicked off.
I didn't know that.
I don't think I've ever run into that.
I've run into it just now when I tried it myself. Alright, so he's going to open up with a full burst on the only target that he can see, which is Kesh. That's going to potentially hit.
Oh, crap.
You have 3 hits on you. If you defend...
Dodge!
You will lose your aim.
Okay, I can dodge, but I'll lose my aim.
Yes.
Okay.
Worth it.
That is
Yeah, that's
just
what you
enough.
You still take one.
No.
Nope.
You for
good.
a dodge by 0 is you succeed. Succeed by 0 is dodge 1, and then
So by 2 dodges all 3. Nice.
Yep.
Well
Just
done.
barely. So you have an oh crap moment as these bullets are getting awfully close to where you are, and you shift yourself, avoiding his bullets.
But I've lost my sight picture, or whatever it is.
You've lost your aim on him.
Yeah.
So we're back to Frey.
I had to cover the distance, so I'm probably arriving at the gate.
Yep. Unless anyone is doing any combat stuff, we will deal with just the people that are in combat. So in this case, it's going to be Kesh, M, and Goon 3. We'll assume that the rest of you are moving, organising yourself, or doing whatever.
And if the guy is still upright after Kesh and M have gone, Frey will probably engage the guy as well. But I don't expect he's going to still be upright.
And
So
for Kato's
everyone good with that?
turn, yeah, because for Kato's turn, Book helped Kato behind the barrier, so they can't shoot her.
Yep. Alright, so Kesh, it is your turn. You have lost your aim.
I'm gonna take a shot anyway. Let's see.
Damn.
Snap.
That's actually... You're taking a single shot? Captain Button, was that just a single shot?
Yes.
He fails to dodge. Do your damage.
You're aiming low.
Legs again. Ow.
And again.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, this guy's leg is also likewise crippled. You have done over that required to cripple it, so let's just say you take it off at the knee. And just because there's mud and stuff, the part of his leg that is still attached to the ground is sticking up.
Oh.
His boots stuck in the mud, and his boots are all laced up, so there's enough tension around his ankle to keep his leg standing upright as the rest of him falls down. Moral of the story: don't be a racist bad guy.
Good.
Frost was headed basically at a not full gallop, but at a jog toward that door. And he's going to pick up the signal on whoever's coming round there by 1.
Alright, so that will happen over several turns. So at the moment we're just doing Kesh, M, and Goon 3. Is M going to do anything? This guy has gone down without a leg.
No. If he's down, then I won't try to push it.
Yeah, he's not super brave. He's more worried about his missing leg. As you see him pathetically try, and he grabs his leg and like just tries to reattach it, stick it back on.
That's not how you doctor. Dude, that's not how you doctor.
People do that in high adrenaline situations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen stories of an explosion and people have been disemboweled and they sit there trying to put their guts back in and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
man.
not cool.
All right, so we are out of combat time at this point, so we'll start with Frey.
All right. I'm blurring in and heading towards the building. I'm going to probably transition also to the pistol since we're getting into that sort of situation where it's like, yep.
Which means what's probably going to happen there is Frost is going to run. He's going to spot that dude. He's going to go for cover, and that dude's going to shoot at him. And then Frey is going to come around the corner and kill him.
That dude is not a dude, it's multiple dudes.
Even
okay,
better.
Frey comes around the corner and kills all of them.
Because that means I get to use my mook drill.
But I will get Frey. So move yourself to sort of where you're going. Alright, I'll get you to make a perception roll. This is vision based. So perception or observation.
I am handing off my ESM signal, so he should have it on AR.
So with the -2...
Why is it -2?
The rain.
The dude's in medium range?
Yeah, no, this is for something else. Alright, so advance your turn. Kato, the team seems to be moving in.
I will also do this thing.
So you're going to start moving back?
If I have friends, yes.
Alright, so we'll stick you there.
You have recent acquaintances who are non-hostile.
Kesh, what are you doing?
Actually, you don't know if they're non-hostile.
There is a guy that seems to be in a state of shock trying to reattach his leg. He doesn't seem to want to fight anymore. You can end him if you wish, or you can just leave it.
To leave it. He's look around, see if there's anyone or active enemy.
You do not see anyone.
If you're using AR, then you'll also be getting the shared ESM signal, and you'll know that there are at least 2 or 3 bogeys coming from our side.
I understand what you mean by our
augmented reality. If you got goggles on.
Yeah. And what are they telling me?
You probably, the way that's going to work is you're going to have a little tag floating in your vision pointing their bad guys over there.
Okay.
Like a video game.
Okay. I'm going to go down and around.
So you're going to follow Frey.
I'm trying to go around the bottom of this line of cars and then towards the building, but I'm keeping an eye on Humaniscone too, just in case he tries something.
Oh, right, he's there. Wonder if I just shoot him on the way.
If you wish to, you can shoot him. No need to roll. We'll just call it execution because he's in no position to fight. So you can do the whole sort of walk past and just, without even a break in your stride, double tap and end him.
You had flank shot, right?
You got a flank shot, yeah.
So it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably take out 2 as I'm moving around there.
All right, so 2 is dead.
Don't leave a bad guy behind. They might come up and try to shoot you in the back.
You see that he starts, just before you're about to shoot him, he starts, begging for his life, and says things along the lines of, I don't really hate metahumans.
Uh-huh.
You probably should have thought of that sooner.
But,
I dated a dwarf once.
You
Some
kind
of
of
my
get the
best
idea
friends are
that
trolls.
you kind of get the idea that he's just trying to tell you anything that doesn't result in him getting shot. Daniel, if you want, you can put a dead body there. If you're counting bodies.
No, I've already removed some that were in the way.
I'm
All right,
sorry.
so Kesh.
How do I get rid of the pointers I've created again?
You can just right click and then left click.
No, he's created actual pointers, I think. No, you want right click, pointers, and then there's remove pointers.
Okay.
Alright, so Kesh, you move down. Can I get a perception or vision based perception or a observation roll, please?
God.
That works. You have the +1 for the contacts.
I specifically tried to clear the box, so I don't know why that's still in there. But anyway.
Just drag out. If there's anything in the box, just drag it out and drop it somewhere, and then it'll go away. Either way, Kesh, you will see this guy. He is running up through the rain towards that gate area. It would appear that he hasn't noticed you guys yet.
Okay. If I just want to point to a location temporarily, how do I do that? So I didn't say, I'm going here.
Oh, that's one where you do the right and left click and drag.
Yeah, so both mouse buttons and drag.
Okay. I'm going over to here. Can you see that by the side of some cars?
No.
Kesh is pink.
No. Oh, there's one.
Yep. See it. So
My
you're
plan
moving there?
is to go in here and then aim at this guy as he's coming up.
He's gonna kneecap him. If you shoot this guy in the leg again, we're gonna kind of chuck.
Okay, Kesh, you can give me an attack roll. So that will be at medium range. You're going to be at minus
7
plus the range, so minus 9 plus your accuracy. It's the accuracy on your weapon.
Probably like 5.
I think he said it was 6.
Okay, 5, 6, yeah.
That was a crappy roll.
Has your luck come around yet?
No, it was 9:30, and it's 10.
So you got another half hour. So you take a shot, but will miss. He will clearly know that something's up. All right, advance your turn.
Frost is going over these vehicles, basically to there. So we'll still have a truck between him and the bad guys, but he's going to bonnet slide it.
All right, so give me some rolls for your acrobatics and such.
Wow. Gonna be like that.
You weren't expecting that that hood to be quite that wet?
It before it came here, it had a wax and polish. So you've gone across the bonnet and just slid
and through into the showroom.
Yeah, that was not nearly as graceful as it was supposed to be.
So you do not look. Everyone looks at you doing this, and they're going, "Nah, I thought you were cooler than that."
I thought you were cooler than that, man.
No, everybody sees and goes, "I'm not doing that. That looks really slick."
What was the movie where the guy slides across the bonnet? It's like Starsky and Hutch, maybe. Someone did a bonnet slide, and the bonnet was like really slippery.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind for me is that Mission Impossible movie. Was that Rogue Nation? I think after Ethan Hunt had just been resuscitated, so he wasn't thinking super.
I almost remember that.
In any case,
hysterical scene.
That is a fail, and you do not look good doing it. You're you make a little bit of noise and come off awkward enough. There's still a truck blocking your view, but you may have made a little bit of noise. So book.
Yeah, Book is a little overwhelmed right now. Since nobody is hurt on our side, he's just kind of gonna hunker down and wait for the call of somebody saying "ow" or "I've been shot" or "so and so's been shot," and then essentially I'm taking a wait to move toward the first person who gets injured.
All right, so you keep up with the group. And what's him doing?
Yep.
Yeah, just keep on moving up.
Put you there.
Oh, that's even better.
Okay, so this will be a good time to go to combat time, because appearing there is 3 dudes, and then we've got the guy that Kesh is going to take side on. Alright, so goons will take various positions of cover, and this turn they will be taking aim.
There isn't any cover right there.
There's stuff. Same for you.
Oh, there's that bus right there.
Same with you guys. There's stuff lying around. This is basically a junkyard, so you can find cover wherever you go. So if you tell me I go for cover, there's cover there.
How much cover do they have? Is it like just very
Just
light?
-2. Goon 5 will take aim at Kesh.
All right. So he is going to be advancing toward cover, and I am going to be utilizing one of my trademark moves, the Mook Drill, which is a ranged rapid strike using quick shot and targeted attack guns, pistol, or skull versus 2 different targets within 30 degrees. Both get 2 shots in the head.
Do they have to be adjacent?
Within 30 degrees.
Okay, that's fine.
-2 cover, you said. Oh, that's too bad.
So just keep in mind that guy there that you're shooting at represents 3 people.
The cover's not going to count if
this
they're
is true.
shooting in the head.
This is true. The cover, I ignore the cover.
So that represents 3 people as well.
Yeah.
Right.
My Mook Drill covers 2 targets, not 3.
All right. So.
So the first one got 2 shots, and the second one got 2 shots.
No dodge. No dodge.
Ugh.
Yeah, they're done. Right in the middle of their white hood.
That's probably the first one, and that probably takes him out. And that probably takes out the second guy. I guess you can just double those.
And the third guy in the middle throws his gun to the ground and says, I think I'm done.
And like I said, he is moving toward cover, so he's probably in the same -2.
Okay. So, side by side, these 2 guys go down, leaving one guy on his own.
And everybody, for inexplicable reasons, hear the John Wick club music playing as he's going through there and shooting people.
Kato, your only real option at this point is some movement.
I'll advance my turn then.
Kesh.
I'm going to try and aim at this guy, and can I brace on the fender of a car?
Yep. You will get an extra +1.
Okay.
I am popping up, and with the shotgun, I'm using the AP Hex round. And I was in the process of sorting out the mods. Center mass
short range.
on Goon 1.
Short range, no rain penalty, but he has cover -2.
Okay, I think that is it. I rolled on the wrong one, but it would have been the same.
It's a foul dodge.
Okie dokie. Right, center mass. I don't have the thing. 1 second, the chat. Figures. And AP Hex.
That could hurt a little bit.
So plus.
Oh, plus. That's brutal.
Were they wearing armor?
They're wearing their outfits. Whether that's ballistic or not, you're not sure.
Well, okay. If it penetrated armor, then the follow-up is going to go off inside.
Ow.
Smirk.
Okay, give me the follow-up.
That's treated as a vitals hit.
Okay, so you shoot him, and you will see there's a spray of red mist emerging from his back as he's propelled forward and sort of buckles over the cover that he was using. He's dead. He gives you the blank, distant, wide-eyed stare as he dies.
I helped.
All those guys are dead. So book. Your only real option at this point is some movement. You can move yourself. You can move yourself unless you're going to participate in the combat that Kesh is sort of engaged in. You can move yourself to anywhere up to the building.
All right, I will move up closer to the middle of the group to be in place to heal if necessary.
Likewise, if you're going to participate in any of the killing of Kesh's target, you can do so. Otherwise, you can move anywhere up to the building.
Book is taking cover, by the way, since you mentioned that.
Sorry, I've been trying to negotiate angrily with the cat. Is the target down or just...
No, there's a target taking aim at Kesh at this point.
Then yes, I would love to fire.
Yeah, the ones that Frey and Frost were facing are down.
So we will move you there. I'll get you to make a perception roll, please. Or observation. This is vision based. Do you have any vision enhancements and stuff?
Let me take a look.
Anything that'll give you a +1.
Would a mini HUD do
probably that? Potentially. He's a decker, and he probably doesn't have any of his software on there, but chances are pretty good he should have at least have the visual enhancement and get the +1 there. If there's any darkness penalties, the HUD is probably going to clear up some of that.
Alright, so you've got a HUD. You will see this guy who is running towards the area of the main gate. He is out of line of sight of Kesh, but you can see him. And because I can't roll for shit, they haven't seen you guys taking up your positions there yet.
Okay. And then with both dual weapon attack and ambidexterity, would that basically clear up all modifiers from firing two weapons?
Yes. Yes.
But you will have to aim unless you have gunslinger or something like that. So for your purpose, you are in combat.
I think he did have gunslinger, didn't he?
Not that I've found.
I thought he did.
No gunslinger. He does have gadgeteer and stuff. An artificer. So he's not a gunslinger. He's got weapon bond. Your penalties, so that's going to be medium range, so you're going to be at -9 to hit him without aiming.
If he's running and trying to make a big for it, I might as well shoot him.
Well, like I said, it doesn't appear that these guys have seen you.
Shots on goal.
And that's a no.
Wow,
Goodness,
that was
that's not how
crap.
you do it. That is kind of crap.
Yep.
Bad rolls. Bad.
Indeed.
So
that's where my 6s went.
Do you want them back?
Oh, please! If these were yours, then by all means, take them back.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so shots will fly around him. He will now be alerted to at least your presence, and he will be sort of going for cover.
He is giving a girlish scream.
It is the goons. So, goon number 5. He had accuracy. He has aim on Kesh. He will let out a full burst.
You need to roll an 18, Brian.
Missed by 1.
Ha ha.
And that was on a 12.
Well, that works. That means Kesh doesn't lose his aim.
This is true.
So
which is gonna suck for this guy.
So Kesh, whatever you were taking cover behind, bullets pound into that, but none make you flinch or anything. The other goon will be going for cover, having noticed that there's a dude with 2 guns taking shots at him, and that will be his turn. So we will resolve the gun combat first. So Kesh, you're up.
Okay, let me see if I've gotten this right. I think I may have gotten the modifier box filled out. Okay, I flipped to full auto, so that's 15 rounds in a burst, which gives me +3. It's -7 for range, +6 for AC, and +1 for brace.
And -2 for rain.
But otherwise correct.
He also has the contacts bonus.
Those don't give us a bonus for shoosting.
No? Okay.
Alright, so roll the dice.
Okay, so...
Alright, so that will be
So
maximum 2 hits. The guy will attempt to dodge, but failing both. So both will hit.
Okay, so I made it by 3. My recoil is 2. So that means I get to roll damage twice?
Yes.
Yep.
You'll see that it says maximum 2 hits, so it's already calculated that you've got 2 hits. And since it was an aim shot, it'll be center of mass, unless you want otherwise.
Yeah, I just generally take center mass and that sort of thing. Those are some pretty solid dunks.
So what do we got there? Wow.
I'm just happy I managed to get the modifier box to work out right.
Yeah,
Right.
one thing you can do with that is if you're rolling those a lot and they're going to be the same, you put all those modifiers in the box and then you drag them down to one of your quick key slots. And then all you have to do is click one time to get all of them back in.
Captain Button, roll on that table that I linked in chat twice.
Oh, yeah.
And again.
Ah.
Alright, so you hit him in the chest and he will fall down. He does not die straight away, but you can see that he's no longer interested in fighting. So he's on the ground. You see, he's laying prone on his back. His arms are just sort of, trying to stop the blood leaking out his chest. But he's like beyond death rolls and stuff, so he's not doing anything until he falls unconscious, and then he's going to die.
Okay.
Especially if I run into him. Damn racist.
Alright, M. It is your attack.
Alright, I will actually just aim at the guy I shot last time.
Alright, aiming. This guy, having Goon 4, having gone for cover, he will take aim. Kesh, you don't have any targets, so you'll be out of this, and it'll be just M. You have your accuracy. You can shoot him. He's at -2 for cover. So you're looking at a total of -11 for the range, rain, and cover.
Wait, you're talking to M or to me?
M.
Yes. Okay.
You don't have a target, so you're out of this abstracted combat rounds.
Okay, that's fine.
So, M, your turn. Total penalties -11, so add accuracy and whatever you want to your attack.
Well, unfortunately, the accuracy is just 2, so hooray, back at -9.
Oh.
Wow.
A little too far out of your pistol range. You need Kesh's rifle.
At least let Kesh know he's there.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I'll
should
pass along
probably know
pointing.
that.
Well, either way, I'll point him out. He's amongst there. He's over there amongst the cover, and
Alright, so after you've taken your shots, are you doing anything?
I mean, if I could, after telling Kesh about the opponent, if I could move up at least a little bit, then
Sure. Okay, the guy will be taking aim on you. Kesh, you've been told that there's a guy a guy just sort of out of your line of sight. So you would have to move this turn.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I just. Okay, I made my overconfidence roll so I can be sensible.
Yeah. So I can be sensible.
But you don't have to be.
Okay, my plan is to move like this. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Move there, and then I'll be able to look through the gap in between those two cars or just over the hood and hopefully see whoever this guy is. I don't know where he is.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So you start running. So you'll get to there.
Wait, put me where I am.
You'll get to there by the time he gets to
Okay.
have his shot at M. M, what are you doing?
Another round of inging.
All right. It is his turn. He has had aim, so he's going to open up with a full burst on M.
Don't die, Em.
Did M have cover?
When moving up, he would have taken cover, yes.
Alright, so there'll be one hit on M. You will need to dodge.
I'm going to return missile.
Or that.
How many yards away from me is he?
He's quite some distance.
Well, I said I was staying in the middle of the group, so
10 yards, roughly.
Okay.
Maybe a bit less.
I don't know. It looks like
We'll
we're
say
less
5
than
yards.
a part to me. All right, I'll take a -5 for range. And the shooter now has to shoot himself. And that is 2 fatigue for me.
Okay, so there is a... Describe the magical effect that M will see as that saves his life.
Well, the bullet will come screaming towards him, and Book will just reach out with his hand as if to block it, even though he's not quite near there. He's some 10, 15 feet away. And he'll just swat it back like a tennis racket.
Give me a book. You can make a random hit location.
Okay.
Damn. I totally want you to roll him in the head. That'd be hysterical.
Oh my
Booyah!
god!
There you go.
As it
man.
happens,
Ask and
he
you shall
shot himself
receive.
right in the head. 2
Wow, that was
fatigue
awesome.
well spent.
Okay, so the guy just keels over backwards. Clean hole right in his own goal, right in his head.
He might have a vaguely startled look.
As he goes down, he has that Benny Hill confused look. Wow.
Sometimes RNGesus.
All right, so we are no longer in combat time. You guys can move all the way up to the building and potentially beyond.
Oh yeah. I'm moving fast.
I was kind of figuring on sweeping the building as indicated.
Yeah, we need to find their stash too. I mean, if these guys are off the grid, they've got some certified cred sticks tucked away around here.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
to
find the
mention
dude.
expensive
Find the
machine-
dude first, then we'll loot.
Oh, all right, fine.
Yeah. Definitely going in.
But
And Bookworm will say aside to Mr. M, "Careful, they're shooting real bullets."
Smart.
okay, our objective is to capture a particular guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do a quick maths combat here. Can everyone? Everyone's skill starts at 6. If you're going to take a significant action, for every +1 you take on being risky, you get a +1 to your skill roll. So 6 becomes 9 if you take up to +3. Actually, is it 6 or does it start at 5? I think it starts at 5.
Starts at 5, I think.
Yeah, and you will, if you have a skill, a combat skill that is 15 or more, you get +1. So
yeah,
6
this
if
is
you have
one
a
of
combat
those where
skill
it
of 15.
starts to irritate me because some of our skills are so much better than this, and the mass combat really can't affect that super well.
but
Yeah, because you can only be one place at one time.
so we'll go down the list. All right. So Frey, you don't need to be reckless, Kesh, if you don't want to. All right. So you will perform no significant actions.
Bullshit.
In clearing the building. This is
The fact that I'm moving at 10 and I'm so far ahead of everybody.
well, that's significant actions for the purpose of the tactics roll.
What
Kato,
would you like?
you'll need to make a mass combat roll. This is representing clearing this side of the building. Your skill starts at 6. You can take risk from -3 to +3. +3 being really risky, -3 being cautious.
Where do I find the mass combat thing?
There's not one.
It doesn't
You can
exist.
go under other abilities and add an entry for a significant action at level 5 or 6 if you
I'll
have a
do that
combat
for you.
skill over.
Or you can just roll 3d6.
Yeah, you just-
I do that because.
But you do have to decide your risk first.
All right. Well, I'm going to go risk 2.
All right, so you're going to become risky. So you have a skill of 15 or more. So add 3 to the modifier box, and then roll on that mass combat skill that I've set up in your others tab on your abilities. Missed it by that much. All right, so you don't perform anything of a tactical benefit to the overall thing. Kesh. Can you please make your mass combat roll? Or just roll 3d6. So you were taking a +1. So
Because
you
I have
will.
For skills, and I'm not taking any additional risk.
Okay, so
Because it
that would have
wasn't-
been a 5. That would have been a 6. So that's a failed roll. So nothing special from you. Frost.
Nope.
Book.
All right, Book is feeling overconfident after saving Mr. M from that bullet. He's taking a risk of 3. And failed anyway. Next.
M.
Alrighty.
Work out who amongst your group is your tactical leader.
I don't think we have one.
Hey.
Does anybody even have tactics?
I do, but I've only got it at 10.
I don't have it at all.
So that's better than everyone else.
It's usually based off of strategy, not tactics.
You can use tactics if it's under a certain number of individuals.
Not using the mass combat rules.
Right. No, it is.
Yeah, it is. It's skirmish. Correct. You got skirmish level, which is, I think it's under 40.
Great.
It might be less. So you will get a +1. What is M's significant action? This is in terms of clearing this room. The room I will describe is there's a handful of just mooks. These dudes aren't dressed up as the KKK outfits. They're just people that have an armband which identifies them as being, humanist. But these guys look like your average Joe that's been called in as like, you come along to meetings. We need you to help out. So come along. And then they've stuck an armband on them.
I bet you're gonna go home and take off that uniform, ain't you?
So what is your significant action?
The guy that we're looking for, do I recognize him? Is he among this group?
He is not.
Okay. What else is in? Anything that might be connected to their wired matrix?
There is a laptop or a terminal, and it seems to be online. And what would you like to do with that?
Okay, so my thoughts were to essentially clear the room. I don't know how diehard they are, so probably a few kneecaps. And then, since I have I believe it's a cybernetic, I believe it's a computer implant, or at least a wearable. I want to try to connect my computer to the terminal, and then essentially have my computer act as a wireless access point so that we can wirelessly connect up to their matrix through my computer that's physically plugged into the terminal.
Okay. All right, you do that, and in doing that, your tactical benefit to Frey trying to organise you guys, you will see that they do have some internal security cameras watching certain halls and stuff like that. So you'll be able to say, okay, hall's clear, go, and that sort of deal.
Sweet.
All right. Frey, give me a tactics plus whatever level of risk that you took. And a further +1, of course.
Combat reroll.
Sure, that works.
You take the by 6.
Okay, and these guys have mooks, so they have a tactics of default. which will put them at a skill of 4.
That sucks.
Means they fail by 6. You succeed by 6, so massive victory on your part. So in clearing out this room, it is basically just a slaughterfest. These guys panic. They don't know what's going on. Someone tries to take control and says, "You go over there. You do this and this and this." But he leads them straight into your sites of fire, and they just get gunned down, and then they panic and rout, and you clear this first showroom with ease. You also have access to the matrix, and you can see that there is some guys that look to be setting up some defenses in the other showroom. You will also see this is in the dark. Oh, actually, no, you guys killed the power.
Yep.
So you suddenly don't see anything. The battery runs out on their UPS.
Oh.
Do we want the power restored?
But he knows that there's people in there because he's like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I'll at least relay that much information before the...
And you will hear word from Tosh that they're engaging some people that are in the grounds approaching. So there is 3 people in the other room.
Did he recognize our target as one of the 3? Make sure not to shoot him.
In the footage, he seems to be very panicked and nervous. He's sort of pacing. He doesn't know what to do. It's like he looks for somewhere he could perhaps like run, and then decides against it since he can hear gunfire coming from the Black Knights, which are in the grounds doing some cleanup.
Well, really, we just gunfire here as well.
We just need to get somebody to get the door for Frey, and that's done.
All right. I'm going to cast Haste on Kato, which will double her base move.
No, it's not what Haste does. You can spend 2 points to increase move and dodge by 1, 4 points by 2, and 6 points by 3.
You're talking great haste doubles.
Oh, okay. I can do the 1 point for free, so I'm going to do the 2 point for 1 because I have it over 15. So +2 move
and dodge.
Yeah, and dodge.
On your breaching of whatever doors, you guys will obviously go first in combat. So you move to your point of entry. Choose your point of entry.
Looks like there are multiple points of entry. Yeah.
So move yourselves, and then we shall start the next round.
Yeah, it probably would make sense to split the teams here. So come at it from 2 directions.
Yeah, make sure you don't hit the target. Or if you do, shoot him in the leg.
Yeah, we'll just go that way.
I have not put the target on the map, so there should be no confusion. All right, Frey, you are first. These guys are spread around.
Okay.
Behind cover. They have -3 cover.
Okay.
And actually, they will also have weight, since you guys are going through
What
first.
are they using for cover?
Stuff. Tables.
Furniture.
Bulletproof tables and bulletproof furniture.
Where did they get those?
Hollywood.
Okay, so Frey will trigger at least one of their weights as he comes in.
Alright, so you're going to move in, and one of their weights will trigger. They will full burst. These guys aren't really super tactical guys, so they're quite happy to just waste all their bullets. It is short range. There is darkness, unless you guys, except for you guys, which I assume you have your night vision.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, that's what I keep forgetting. I need to get a frickin' oh, right. Sorry. Before we go in there, knowing that that's going to be the case, I can actually tell everybody I can take all of these dudes out without taking any damage. Because I have, which I retrieved about 3 adventures ago, a missile shield.
Yeah.
If we want to, I'm not saying we necessarily want to burn that, but
what's this? I forgot.
It was some some mooks. They had these like missile shield grenades.
Right.
They activated them, and they have missile shield.
The only thing is you can't move when you do that. So you'll have to sort of move within their. At least the first one will get their weight on you, and then you have your attack, and then you can activate, and then you're fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Then I won't bother with it.
All right, so he will get to shoot. Wow, maximum 4 hits.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright, no, sorry, take that back. Maximum 2 hits, I forgot to add the darkness.
How about no hits?
You step around the corner. M notified you sufficiently that these guys were there, so you knew it was coming, and you just, easily just moved out of the way.
Okay.
Take your attack.
Yep. I'm making sure I have the. Okay, I did have the right one. That's figures. Okay, so I am coming in there, and I am going to use the mook drill on 2 of them.
They will not be with. Oh, maybe they are. Hang on.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell.
Degrees. If not, then I will use my Mozambique drill, which is going to really suck for a dude.
That's not going to be in 30. You could 30 degree. Probably those 2.
Sure. No, I'll take out number 5.
Yeah, which one is the one we don't want to kill?
None of them.
He's not on there.
Oh.
Okay, the Mozambique drill in this case is also a trademark move. It is a 2-shot attack on the vitals using quick shot, and then 1 shot to the skull, also using quick shot.
Alright, make your rolls. He will dodge the first, but not the second.
To the skull.
Oh, he goes down.
This garage area, is that actually like a garage area, or is that where there are people?
That is a garage area.
Alright. Is there a way to look in there?
Yep. You can see in there it is a garage. The tools and stuff like that would have been in here have been looted, and what's left is just strewn all over the place.
Any people in there?
Nope.
Then I'll just wait up here.
Give me a perception roll. Hearing based.
Who?
So, Kato, you will hear that there seems to be the sounds of someone running in this part of the garage.
I'll put over comms that I hear someone running, and I'll chase after him.
Okay. Kesh.
Okay, am I inside the room or outside the room?
You're inside. You can attack this turn.
Okay,
You
then
won't
I'm
have
going.
aim though.
He doesn't need it. He's probably using his pistol at this point because we're at short range, and he's a gunslinger.
Yes.
So he gets his act automatically.
Full aim with pistol.
Full aim or half aim? Oh, half aim is with rifle.
Yeah, half aim's with the rifle unless you
Correct.
aim, and then full act with the pistol.
So what's... Oh, wait.
You are in short range, and they have partial cover, so you're going to be at -6 penalty all up. Unless you go for something like the head. In that case,
That's mine.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I'm just...
Alright. Guy will attempt to dodge, and he will succeed by 0. So 1 of your shots will hit. So roll damage for 1. Ouch.
Nice.
Vitals.
Somebody should tell me people have locations other than vitals and legs.
No. Vitals
Crikey.
is great.
It's good enough.
Well, they do, but you just seem to not care about those locations, opting to take out either legs or vitals. Okay, so that's going to be -5. Wow. That's a critical fail. So I think that regardless,
Okay.
he goes into cardiac arrest and needs resuscitation to survive.
He won't.
So, he's dead.
Nice.
Frost, you're up.
Shotgunning to death.
Best I can.
Since that was a rather dramatic set of dice rolls there, describe how his death goes down, if you wish.
I'm sorry, I don't have any idea right now.
All good. Frost, you're up.
So I'm gonna have to come around the corner and do move and attack. I'm setting up here.
We have faith in you.
My chances are not great.
Faith
If it's
is a word
any-
that means believing in things you know are not.
Oh, wait a sec. I forgot they have weight.
Too bad. So sad.
I get to use my weight anytime. And I choose to do it just as Frost is working out what he's doing.
Or
Because
you
you
take your weight to say, I'm going to act when Frost doesn't know what he's doing.
There'll be one hit.
At whom?
Frost.
What?
Weren't you doing a move and attack?
Then it won't hit because I'll have cover. Because the way this works is you don't stick your whole ass out around the corner until you're ready.
Okay, so that's success.
Anyway.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Apparently
What
it
were you
worked out.
griping about?
My chances were still not great.
You rolled a 5. Victor's dead.
He fails his dodge damage.
Wow. Crap. I didn't figure out what ammo is. It's a meeny miny mo. 1, 2, 3 it is.
Didn't
Well,
there
this
used to
could be good or
an
bad for
actual
him.
D3?
There still is.
Oh, okay. Right.
Ooh,
custody
that's
die.
gonna suck.
You're shooting low.
And I'm shooting low.
You and Kesh have an issue with people's legs.
Okay, that's plus on those. Actually, I don't think that matters on a limb.
So it's the left leg in both cases.
Right leg and left leg. Nope. Right leg, left leg. Hit location, right leg. Did go down. Hit location,
Oops.
left leg.
Ah, yep. Alright, so in his case, both his legs give out.
He falls forward and bounces his face off of the floor.
He has to make 2 major wounds. The first one he fails by 4. The second one he succeeds. So he's stunned and
Does
prone.
he need to make 2?
Yeah, you have to make a major wound.
I mean,
for
you have
each.
to make a. But if he fails the first one, he's not going to fail this.
Yeah,
second one.
he's not. Yeah, did he fail? You said failed by 4. Did you?
Failed by
so
4.
he's not unconscious.
Yeah.
He's just stunned.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
So he's stunned and prone. Not that he has much choice.
He could still kind of sit.
Book. There is shooting happening ahead of you in the room.
Yeah, Book will move up and see if anyone needs help.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that room.
There is some people who need help, but they're on the bad guy side.
Yeah, tough luck for them.
All right, so M.
Did Kato happen to call anything when she went in there?
She will find out on her turn. So M, there is a guy on the ground who doesn't seem to have any legs. He can't feel his legs.
Another guy who's bleeding out. One that's missing most of his skull.
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, I'll just head into the room and keep clear of the door and everyone else's lines of fire, and just keep guns trained on the guy who's not yet.
Okay. Is anyone wishing to murderize the guy that is without legs?
I am probably not. I don't care about him at this moment. I'm probably just moving over to the other door to make sure nobody comes in here with a flamethrower or a machine.
I don't think we have anybody left here that has the whole bloodlust thing anymore.
All right, so
yeah, I should check
you can coup de grace him. There's no need for a roll or anything. He will either surrender or you will murder him. And that room is clear. Kato, you are moving into the garage area. You can hear the footsteps, and rounding a corner is a dude who's dressed in a very expensive suit. He seems to be running panicked. He's looking over his shoulder back behind him because he can hear the gunfire coming from the room that he has just recently fled. This is George Mathers, the guy that you're looking to capture, and he just runs straight into you, not seeing you as he was looking back.
Judo, throw him onto the floor, because that'd be hysterical.
That is my plan. I will take this guy down.
All right, give me a judo roll. He's startled. He's not a combatant, so he's stunned. He will get a defense at -4. Not a lot of good that's going to do him. So you have him grappled and will do a judo takedown. How does that look?
So pretty much I grab him, fling him over, and he is now on the ground looking up going, what the hell was that?
He is panicked. He's like so far out of his comfort zone. He doesn't know what to do.
It gets worse.
He starts crying. There's like tears. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm important. I've got money. I'll pay you to save me.
I put over comms that I have him.
Good. Target secured. Excellent.
There is still some gunfire going on outside, but that's Tosh and his people.
Let Tosh know that we've secured the target. Frey will probably move to like a window or something to do any assistance that Tosh and company.
What did you guys do with Tagger? I can't remember.
He was captured.
Didn't do anything.
Okay.
Tosh knocked him out, and we presumed that's why we have the replacement characters, because the others took Tagger off to some black.
Okay. So the gunshots outside will peter out, and then there is silence, with the exception of a guy who is rather pathetically, whimpering, trying to convince you guys to not kill him. You will hear, after the lull in the gunfight, you'll hear a voice which you find familiar, and it is the voice of Tagger, who is pleading not to be killed. Then there is a single gunshot, and you will see that Tosh will walk in to the room, and he's dragging Tagger's body, and he will put Tagger down on the ground in a position that looks like he was shot during the assault.
And then toss the firearm that he took from one of the dead guys.
I don't see nothing.
Hey, the guy was working with these ass clowns. I think he got off lucky.
But it tells you that Tosh is not exactly as good a cop as you may have been led to believe.
What are you talking about? That sounds like a pretty good move.
Extenuating circumstances. All right, so you have George Mathers. He's whimpering, pleading for his life. Please don't kill me.
Oh, we're not going to kill you. Too bad. We're already getting paid.
I'll pay you more.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Hold on now. How much more?
Oh, it doesn't work like that.
I'm just curious.
I'd hate to have to shoot you, but...
Alright, so he starts out at 10 grand. And you guys are just silent, not saying anything.
I thought you were serious.
No, I'm totally go over there.
That figure keeps rising until he's offering 25 grand each.
Well, let's see what Mr. MacCallister thinks about that.
However,
maybe you can talk him out of it.
He is going to make an influence roll on you guys.
Okay, well, consider this before you make the influence roll. Book's angle is that we take this guy's money and deliver him in.
Alright, so he will succeed his influence roll. If you guys do not wish to be influenced by him, you will need to make a will roll.
Influenced how?
Well, bear in mind what I just said.
Fast talk.
My intention is to hoodwink him and agree to his terms and take his money and then fuck him over.
Well, let's make the will roll so we see where we stand.
Okay.
I have Code of Honor Professional, so... And I'm also I also have the social stigma metahuman. I have zero interest in cooperating with one of these.
That's fine, which means you'll get a benefit to the roll. So both Book and Frey, you are not influenced. Others?
What's it gonna matter if somebody isn't?
Well, you might.
If one of us fails, we're not going to turn it around on the rest of them.
You would have to role play it out between the parties, saying, "Hang on, I don't know if we should just pass off his offer as not acceptable."
This is hilarious. So the person holding him down just failed their will roll.
It's
However,
alright. You get bonuses.
she might get a bonus if, as stated, these guys are the ass clowns that killed her family.
So he succeeded his fast talk by 0. So you guys are not influenced by him at all. So you can do whatever you so choose.
Well, Book is going to say...
I'll say, you can do whatever you so choose and stay in character by doing it.
All right, Book is going to say, you make an interesting officer. Interesting offer. Let me speak to my colleague. And I'll gather everybody up and say, we're taking this guy to MacCallister no matter what. What if he was to pay us this $25,000 each, and then we take him to MacCallister? Any objections? Any vetoes?
I'm good for money.
Yeah, if you can accomplish that, I'm totally okay with that.
Kesh has the Code of Honor stays bought, which might lead him to question this.
Well, in this case, we're still going to be we're going to still potentially be accomplishing.
We were bought by MacCallister.
We're still going to give him over to MacCallister.
Okay.
We're just also going to take this idiot's money before he gets killed by MacCallister.
If we can.
There is also a condition on the money, and that is that you also hand over all the evidence that you have on him.
Right.
Yeah, and that's data that is copyable, correct?
Yeah.
So we can give MacCallister
Copies
a copy
for
of the
everyone.
data. Right, and for assistant district attorney.
She gets a copy too. Everybody gets a copy.
Except there might be some issues with those of you that have stays bought or professional. If you accept his deal and then renege on the deal, you would be in breach of.
That's
and I don't. I wouldn't want to imply to or directly agree that I would then.
No, that is a really valid point.
But this isn't an honest deal either.
Yeah, but if he's presenting it as a legitimate job offer, then I want to take it as a legitimate job offer. And in that case, no, because that contradicts with my existing job.
Also, you can't con an honest man. So if someone tries to con you and you turn the con around on them, who loses, really? Because he is trying to buy his way out of the situation, and we're saying, oh, you want us to take your money? Well,
yeah, but
good
he's
news, bad news.
He's legitimately buying his way out. So if he makes a deal with you guys, he is buying his way out.
That's the case, then I can see how that's not going to work.
That's not a contract. That's a bribe.
Right, but a bribe is an agreement. I'll pay you this
necessarily.
if you do this.
It's an attempt to make an agreement.
A bribe is an attempted influence.
I say we just turn him over to MacCallister and let him leech all the money out of it.
Yeah, I don't care one way or the other.
Well, since we're getting some pushback from within the group, Book will say, all right, let's not do this. Then let's just turn him in like we said and tell him the answer is no. I think some of you guys are idiots for not taking this extra $25,000, but I'm not going to hold that against you in the future. Cool?
We get to get all this stuff
Hey, Book, don't worry about it, Book. Hey there, I need you to read this for me. It says, I hand him a piece of paper that says, "My voice is my passport. Verify me."
All right. So as you guys are deliberating as to what to do and whether you know, I want to take the offer. I think we should renege on it. Not MacCallister. Tosh is listening, and you guys are talking. And then you will see him sort of just walk past you. He doesn't say anything. Walks over to
and shoots him.
Walks over to the guy.
Damn it.
And punches him in the face and knocks him out cold. Then he picks him up by the scruff.
Or that.
And he sort of carries him like a handbag, and he says he's going to MacCallister right now.
That's what it said.
Yeah, all right. I'm down. That was the deal we made at the beginning, so.
He wasn't going to waste time with you guys, debating what to do.
Well, to be fair, some of us were already on that side, where it's like, apparently was it M and Kesh and Frey are very clearly in the, no, we're taking him to MacCallister.
Yeah, there was only a couple of us who were trying to hold out for some extra thousands, so yeah, it's cool. We'll do it that.
As you guys vacate this place, Tosh will look down at the body of Tagger and he'll say, "Damn shame that one of these humanist scum got the jump on him, huh?"
Yep, damn shame. He had a good career ahead of him until these scum shot him.
And with that, end scene.
I was going to show him my headquarters.
No, you weren't.
All right, in the aftermath. Your comlinks buzz, and you see the familiar red orc smiley logo on it. MacCallister is calling you. Answering the call, the orc decker looks like he's been, blown up. His face is heavily bandaged, and he looks old and worn out. "Hoi, chummers," he says in a rough, raspy voice, actually.
Where's the rough, raspy voice?
I was getting to that. "Hoi, chummers. Apparently I've been out of the loop for a little bit. I had a message from Tosh saying that he stood in for me as your Mr. Johnson. That's whiz to hear. Now that I'm awake, though, I decided to call you to see if I could get a sit rep from you. How's the biz going with that fragger Mathers?"
Got him.
You all right, mate? Need a sip of water?
You hadn't talked to Tosh yet?
We got him and we're on the way. Where do you want us to drop this SOB off?
So he will organise a dockside warehouse in Tacoma. And this happens to be the same place that you guys dropped the other guy off to.
Okay. So this is turning into, we're like, well, we got a pretty good idea what's going to happen to you.
So you turn up there and go, "Oh, I know this place. I've been here before."
With
The Red
the unconscious
Docks.
dude and go, "Sorry, man. I know what's going to happen to you, buddy."
They bring out that same shaman.
No, because you have all the evidence that you need.
It doesn't mean he can't scramble his brain.
And get passcodes for our accounts.
Can I have his index finger?
You want to borrow this knife? I got it from Dick.
No, I got a monowire pocket knife.
In the warehouse, you will see MacCallister. He will thank you guys. He will hand you the cred sticks, plus he gives you a bonus 1,000 each for saving his life. Afterwards, a younger orc steps up to MacCallister and takes his wheelchair. This younger orc will thank you guys and will dismiss you by saying, "My father and I have some business to finish." You guys will leave the warehouse and you will hear the screams coming from inside.
Yeah, what does that make the total?
11, I think.
Yes.
It was supposed to be 15 and half if he was dead, so an extra 1,000 should be 16.
Actually, let me check.
Yeah, I think that's right, actually.
Yeah, I think. Okay, yeah, maybe it was.
And that was for the info, not for the guy himself, so I don't know.
True.
It's all good.
Yeah, it was 15. So you get 16.
Nice. That's a lot of bread.
Okay, interface again. How do I add money to the inventory tab?
Actually, there's a little currency thing at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I keep one labeled personal, which is identifiable to Bookworm's real identity, and then other entries for certified, which are various amounts.
Yeah, I just put the number I have in there.
Okay,
I have a running note.
It doesn't let you edit those numbers. It only lets you replace them.
Yeah,
Correct.
I have
And
noticed
was this-
that. I don't like that.
You
was
can
that-
Because
type
it's a
it.
number field. Number
You
fields
can type it in.
don't have the ability to edit.
Was that New Yen the 16K?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sweet.
Also GURPSies if you need to buy anything out of the books.
Well, okay then.
There is some loots.
Right, we got a bunch of machine guns.
We did intend to carry those machine guns off.
Maybe as we could.
Phil, do you want to open up since you've been making notes, open up a note and share it? I'll edit that note with the loots that you get.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something to this compound when we leave it too, so nobody takes it back over again. How many times we gotta come here?
Well, there were some drums of fuel in the generator room, according to
No, it's just
better idea.
Take
we
it
need
over.
to make a tunnel.
Talking about, I'm gonna go
That
over
way,
there
the
and
next
take it
bunch
over.
that comes in and takes over the compound, we can just go in the tunnel and come right in.
Ooh, that's
Surprise, motherfuckers!
Alright, so that's the loots that you'll get from the compound.
to see.
They did have a lot of ammo.
Dang.
That
20 AK-97s.
2 crates with 2 Ingram White Knights. There was a lot more White Knights than just 2.
Yeah, there were the ones that were on the walls. Or is that...
You don't have time to collect those before the high threat response people turn up and stuff.
This is how much we got as we
80 Colt Manhunters.
No one was going to talk to the news.
No.
Give them a private, the private scoop.
Although,
I mean, if someone does,
I did say
the rest of us
everybody
won't
gets
know.
it. I did say everybody gets a copy.
He did.
Yeah,
Will they pay for that?
They will, as long as you give it to them before anyone else.
so you can pick one. Let's pick the Athena chick.
That's up to
Meeny, miny,
Frost.
mo. Yeah, I think I like the Greek name better.
Athena Titopoulos.
Titopoulos.
She's the microphone.
Topless.
Yeah.
Wait,
No, it's actually we know it's what's her name? Damn it, the chick that used to be our handler.
Oh, Claudia.
Yeah, it's actually Claudia in disguise.
Her alter ego.
How much was she offering for it?
She'll offer 1,000.
Yeah, we'll
And
do
we-
that.
And we probably don't even know that he's getting that because he's like, yeah,
Nope.
I'm gonna do.
Yeah, so that's private to Frost.
I'll buy a book a drink later.
What's this for? Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies.
Alright, so we do have some faction reps to deal with.
Well, that's probably going to reduce ours with the government and increase it with Ork.
Just so you know, I got a copy for the DA too, in case Tosh doesn't give his up.
Oh, he's not going to give that up.
Dana
I'm
did
not
get
sure
her evidence.
Necessarily want to provide that to her because that's one of those where it's like, so where is this guy? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
There's a
you
piece
probably
over
wouldn't
there.
be. You probably wouldn't be offering it because that would kind of incriminate you.
Maybe.
You can just
Alright,
maybe
so you will
spill
get
as much of it on the interwebs as you want to ruin the Humanist Poly Club some more.
You'll get a +1 rep from Ork, which brings you to 0.
Yay, we're at +0.
Does this need to be on our sheets, or are you tracking that?
There's a note called Faction Rep that Brian was maintaining.
Just shared it.
Yeah, I see it now. You just shared it.
So you will not get that. You will get -1 to the Seattle government because you handed him over to Thingo.
Figured that was going to be the case.
You will get +1 from Joe from Newsnet. Oh, sorry, no, it's the other one that you did. Titopoulos.
Yeah.
Tina.
So KSAF.
Okay, KSAF. Okay, I wasn't sure which one she was. Well, we already had a +1 with her for some reason.
Yeah, we gave her some before.
I don't remember that.
It was the election thing.
Was it?
Yeah, it was when we were trying to expose the guy who was running for office.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Right, because we told her to show up and take pictures and.
Right. So the Seattle government's now at +1 instead of +2, and she's at Athena is at +2. Okay.
You can actually use your faction rep if you're to like call in favors and stuff like that from the various factions. So basically +1 reactions when trying to utilize the factions for whatever.
Right.
Okay.
So why is the government not happy with this?
Because we just handed the guy off to be murdered that she wanted to take into custody and.
Yeah, the district attorney called me and I said, yeah, we'll get right on that, and we did not.
Behind the scenes, Mathers knew that he was screwed, so he made a call to Dana Oakes and said that he will spill the beans if she can ensure that he doesn't get murdered. And because he got murdered, she knows that you guys are potentially involved. Thus,
how does she know he got murdered?
I did not admit to that.
You didn't admit to it, but that's where, I guess, where the negative rep comes from. Or
it really kind of depends on what it kind of depends on what McMillan decides to do with him.
MacCallister
sorry.
decides to murder him.
He's probably just going to disappear him. So then it's like, I don't know what happened to him. I'm going to say, on the bright side, they're not negative towards us. She's just no longer at +2. She's now at +1.
We can live with that.
So
but that's
she's
the behind the scenes.
It's probably one of those where she didn't really like that SOP anyway, but she was doing her job.
So she knew that he was being hunted by someone, most probably you. That's why she gave you guys a call. While she doesn't have evidence to pin it on you directly, at least from a police point of view. She has an idea that somehow you guys have your fingers in this pie.
And very importantly, she doesn't realize that her assistant Tosh has his fingers in this pie, and she doesn't know that at all, and we didn't rat him out, so...
This is true.
I think what I'm probably going to do is Frost is going to get the DA that info, but he's going to do it through channels and clean up the trails. So she's going to know it was from us, but she's not going to be able to tell.
Okay.
Because frankly, I want her to have the info.
It won't be of any benefit to her since he's dead, but it will close the book anyway on his
it'll close the
dealings.
book, and it may point at other people. And that's my primary concern.
You guys have 2 opportunities for getting some reputation. If you wish to spend the points, you can get some rep from killing the Humanist Polyclub members for taking out their compound. That will give you some cred. And you also get some cred for capturing Mathers.
So you can theoretically increase the rep by 2 instead of just 1?
Yes.
Hell yeah, I'm doing that.
If you had have killed Mathers yourself, you could have got that cred as well.
Yeah, so I may actually start taking
Do we get both, or do we pick one?
You can... Well, you have to pay the points for it, so you can pay the points twice. So get a +1 each.
It would be 4 points to go from conditional 1 badass Shadowrunners to +1 to +. And of course I have to do that because everybody knows who John Wick is.
So we can increase our reputation badass all Shadowrunners?
Yes, by 2 levels. Previously, anytime you've had an opportunity to increase your reputation, it's only been 1 level. But this time, you get the opportunity to do it twice, because no one liked the Humanist Polyclub people.
And it's 2 points per level, right?
Yes, in this case, it's weird.
I'm doing it.
It was like 1 point to get it to 1, I think. But to go to, according to GCA,
no, plus 1 was 2.
Well,
because it's all the time large group.
Should not be a large group. It should be a small class.
Oh,
Yeah, it's small class.
That's that's 1 point. That's 1/3.
oh, okay. That was my miscalculation.
Well, there you go. It's going to cost you slightly less. It'll cost you 3 points instead of 4. After you fix the the people affected.
All right. So you also have the opportunity to bump your contacts with the following people. So you can get the contact, or you can improve the contact. Improving the contact improves their frequency of appearance.
How many character points do we get at the conclusion of this one?
You will get the usual 2 plus bonus for finishing it. So you get 3.
Because that's gonna determine for the contacts for me.
So MacCallister is an option. You do not have the option with Dana Oakes if she's a contact of yours, but you do have the opportunity with Tosh and Athena.
I'm consulting.
So
so does only Frost get the option with Athena, or all of us?
Frost is the only one that. This happened behind the scenes, did it not?
Yeah, it did.
So you guys are not involved, so it's only Frost.
Okay, cool.
So,
all right, so
those are MacCallister, Tosh, and Athena. So you can either get or improve your contact with them.
I am improving mine with Tosh.
I'm going to take Tosh as a contact.
Alright, so as a contact, he starts at frequency of appearance, was it 6 or less?
Yeah, 6 or less. Skill of 15, I believe it was. Yeah, so it was like 2 points. Captain Button had to go.
His appearance is 9 or less?
6 or less. It's where
okay.
it starts out. It's now 9 or less for me since I managed to spend the points.
For Captain Button, thanks for joining us for the game. Hope you enjoyed it. And I'm sure we'll see you next time you tune into our stream.
Good times.
Well, is that everything?
And so is anyone going to be increasing contacts and stuff? There's Tosh for Frey.
I bought Tosh at base level.
Okay.
I'll add him to our crazy ass list here.
Timoid, how are you now?
What do you mean? Sorry?
I said, how are you now?
I'm fine.
Good.
So that is all the bookwork we need to take care of.
Fortunately for me, I'm in the same time zone as Brian, so
In the upside down.
So I suppose it's daytime in the upside down.
correct. Your future is looking good.
I'll tell him back at the office.
That's good to hear.
Please keep us posted.
Okay, cool beans. All right.
That was really good.
So yeah, that officially ends this particular mission. I think next we're playing.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's right, Daniel. Time to start panicking.
Thanks, Tim, for joining in. Unfortunately, you
thanks much.
You only caught the tail end big combat, which is not exactly your character's focus, but.
Oh no, it's fine. As I said, thanks for having me. I'm not sure whether that came through, but
you made it work.
I did watch the stream last week to get an idea of what you guys are doing and playing. So yeah. Oh look, if you guys ever do play the Shadowrun stuff again, I'm happy to come back. If you'll have me, of course.
Well, we do.
Yeah, I think
that'd be great.
More coming before the end of the year.
We do the Shadowrun and invite people in on that one anytime that we're filling in between our regular campaigns. So there will be, no doubt, some fill-in games before the end of the year.
Because the stupid season's coming.
Yeah, which means people are going to be away and stuff.
All right, well I have to go. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, thanks for
Sounds good.
being.
Stream out.
All right, so was there any questions, anything that we need to do? We've got coming up next week we're playing, and that will be Sea Dogs.
Right, session 0.
Yeah, 0. Looking forward to it.
So do not disappoint.
That depends entirely on your expectations.
Do not disappoint.
Are you not entertained? Oh, I didn't notice chat. Fantasy Grounds College. Yeah, jumped in chat and posted stuff. My apologies. Too many other screens open. That was you. That was your fault for not paying attention, guys. You had one. You had one job.
Too many screens open.
Actually, we had 2 jobs.
I had one job, and I did neither of them.
That'd be about right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yeah, anything we need to finish up before we end the stream?
No.
No, I think I'm
all
good.
good.
Man, all those crappy rules. Yeah, I think good to go.
All right,
Stream out.
stream.